No excuses other than the fact it was a brutal day today, and I have a all right. We've got quality options. That's good. Yeah, brutal day today. I am actually really not feeling all that well, but I really wanted to make sure that I got a stream in today. There's a bunch of stuff that's going to be happening on for the stream in the next little while. I'm going to take a quick minute here. I think it's okay to say this. I did get a key for Age of Wonders Planetfall invasion. But the problem is that it didn't seem to show any kind of an embargo. And then there was another kind of behind the scenes there's another behind the scenes situation as far as how it was coded, which probably we don't need to go into detail, for this site here. But I definitely take embargoes very seriously. So because it is before the game has been released, and because it is not definitive one way or the other about how embargoes are going, I have decided not to stream it. It's a shame, right? Because if it was, permitted, that would be a great opportunity. I really like Age of Wonders Planetfall. But more importantly, there's going to be something happening on Wednesday, which means I probably won't be doing my normal cast. And so with that in mind, I might actually be getting to Invasion a bit later than it would seem, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm very happy for the opportunity to be able to stream that game, period. And if it means that I was a little overly cautious this time around, I forgot to crash out the. So I should double explain the madness that I'm doing here. All right. Hey, Uncle Cranky. Thank you very much for your kind tweets as always. Yeah, so if it turns out I was overly cautious about the embargo stuff, it's fair enough. That's on me. I would rather be overly cautious than reckless, and we'll leave it at that. Wednesday, I'm going to be doing a stream on Steam, and those tend to go quite late, so I will probably, in reality, I'll probably be finishing before I start at the normal time on Wednesday. But if I've been doing several hours of broadcasting, it's a little hard for me to say that I can come back on Wednesday for sure. And of course, Invasion comes out tomorrow. Now, normally there's the Morrowind broadcast, and I'm really reluctant to replace that. So it may be that we wind up doing Age of Wonders Planetfall a little bit later. Anyways, I said I was going to move past on that. Any other housekeeping as far as this week is concerned? More or less things are the way that they normally would be, except for the fact that there may not be a Wednesday cast. Today I'm going to do my best to do a full-length cast. I know for Stellaris I've actually wound up going quite a bit later than I normally do. But the unfortunate reality is that work... I don't know what the deal is, but there was a guy who's not even really my manager, but I've been working on a project with them, and I'm waiting for permissions to access something, and they are really riding me on something that I'm still not entirely clear, what I'm supposed to do. And because the work dynamic has kind of got like that, I want to make sure that the stuff I'm responsible for is handled well and is done as quickly as possible. I really don't like the idea of the fact that because someone is being very aggressive, I don't like the idea of sort of working for free, so I'm not going to put in extra hours in the day to accommodate that attitude. But with that in mind, I also want to make sure that I'm not necessarily slacking off on my side of things. So I'm feeling quite tired today. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and so if I don't go for like 5 or 6 hours as I normally do, it's mostly just because I want to make sure that I get a proper bedtime and whatnot. I'm sorry I missed your Knights of the Old Republic 2 cast yesterday, Uncle Cranky. I did see that you went live with it, but I was actually just getting ready to go to bed when I saw you go live, and I have a very bad habit where, in fact, this is a great opportunity for you guys to check out Uncle Cranky. When I tend to sign into his stream, it's a little bit like playing Stellaris late at night. You say, oh, I'll just do a couple of minutes, and all of a sudden, the sun is coming up, and you're like, what happened? Where did all the time go? Sorry about the time this is taking to load. Again, I've got everything on my hard drive, so it's slow on the first time. I'm also going to take a minute to sort of review the position. I've got a couple of big priorities in terms of where we're going with this, but I'll try and make sure it's no more than 4 or 5 minutes. Cranky says, I'm very much the same. You'll work your guts out when you're on, but make it very clear to your employers that the work stops when the pay does. We all know your boring streams are the premier sleeping aid on the platform. You don't need to sugarcoat it. No, I actually find the opposite, Uncle Cranky. I think you've noticed, when I say, okay, I'm going to bed, I'll put it on with the laptop, but like if I don't say anything, don't be offended. And I'll be like having conversations with you, hours after that. So it is in fact quite the opposite of a sleep aid. But I'll be sure to do this again when there's a little bit more of a pulse in the chat. But for those looking at the video archive, yeah, I just got a message from someone saying they're ready to do something that's happening tomorrow. I was very, very worried for a little while. Just waiting to see that magic moment where your character's name in a dialogue option. Sorry, there was another thing I was meaning to say about stream stuff, but I've completely lost it. Again, that's a bit of an example. Oh yeah, no, what Cranky was saying. The other thing that I've noticed, again, I don't want to spend all the time talking about work, but the fact of the matter is, the person who is behaving this way is someone I have had to wait on for other projects in the past, and I know they have an extremely liberal attitude as far as what urgency is. And I try to be as cool as I can when I'm waiting on someone to do something. I have actually watched a coworker actually slack off. Like, I could see them on their computer looking up not work-related stuff. I could see them doing that, knowing that I was waiting for them to give me something to do. Now, I had my own stuff to do, so it's like, okay, I'll just take the time to get everything else on my to-do list done. But they quite literally waited until the day of the project to give the half that they needed to do to me. The thing is, I'm reasonably confident in the stuff that I do, so it sucks to be given that, but I also feel like I am in a position where I would be able to, carry my weight. If I felt that I wasn't able to get the job done, I would definitely be talking to them. But I just kind of feel with stuff like that, if somebody else is relying on you, you want to carry your weight. But yeah, this, I know with a very high degree of certainty the number of times I waited on this guy to deliver something that I need, and they are, no real sense of urgency at all. But apparently now that they're, waiting on me, like I didn't even have a full day, and then I get a bunch of emails like at the time that I'm done. And like I finish at the last possible hour at work. I start late and end late. And it's like, why are you being like this? Anyways, Midori Musha says, how you been? Very tired. I'm venting about work, and I said I was going to make it more than less than 10 minutes, so I'm going to break that commitment, unfortunately. But I can at least review the position. You developed a nasty habit of goofing off at work, at a role where they would give you what they thought was 8 hours work, but you knocked it out in 4, and they never made the connection. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. I used to be a real keener at work. The thing about it is that the performance review comes in and they're like, well, it's like, try to get the performing plus or whatever. And they're like, well, you need to show more initiative to do that. And I'm like, when my work was done, I did these extra things. Like, how does that not count as initiative? It's like, well, we were looking for more. Like, the goalpost is always going to be moved back, right? So I still do these extra projects because I think there's something to be said about building habits overall. So, like, it's clear that I don't have a very good work situation right now, that my skills are underutilized, and that the incentives really aren't there for me to do my best work. And the problem is I do not want that to turn into this stable state where I look at work that way in general, and if I move workplaces, I am carrying that really bad work ethic with me. It's hard to do. It's incredibly easy to just get very cynical and say, well, whatever, I'm just gonna collect my paycheck and whatnot. But like I definitely, for certain types of projects now at the workplace, like I consider very carefully in terms of whether or not it's something that looks like the types of projects I do now are very much like, does this look good on my resume for a future opportunity? Or is this just, the workplace really needs it done right now? And that category of work is definitely lower on the list of priorities now. And it's just because in the end, that's where the reward for putting something extra into that sort of thing has just been to have that kind of turned into a new expectation. And then, I have a coworker, giving me, less than 24 hours before asking, why isn't X done yet? It's like, well, because the ink has not yet dried on the request to have access to the data. It is impossible for me to have that done. So anyways, I did say I was going to stop talking about work. So we've got a fly in the ointment. What I really wanted to do here was subjugate the Neborite Republican territories. They are currently losing a war, it looks like, so there may not be that much for me to annex. And then on top of that, somehow the Econo Citizens Alliance was able to declare war on the Zydran Free Traders. I was not asked at all about this war. This really surprised me because I was sort of the... I know we don't have unanimous war, so I'm assuming that the game just said, well, all the other AI wants to do it, so you don't get the option. But this came as a surprise. So what's going to be happening is if this war finishes and we're still in the middle of this one, I don't believe I'm going to be able to subjugate them. On top of that, we are getting very close to a point where our truce is ending with our long-standing enemy, the Cooperative of Menjusana, and we are actually stronger than they are in terms of fleet strength. So we've got 2 years before the truce lifts. And it's possible that if we're in the middle of a war with the Zydran Free Traders, that my alliance may not be willing to engage the Cooperative of Menjusana in war. So we'll see what we can get away with it. In the meantime, I'm going to try and make sure that my my production is still intact. I've got room for an extra job, and then... what else do I want to do? This is a mining world for no real reason, I feel like. I just apparently woke up and decided to make it a mining... I mean, it makes sense, because it's got, ridiculous amounts of mineral resources. Just I need to come up with 2 jobs and quick. Because unfortunately I can't, I don't have any more space. Oh, here we go. Here's one thing we can do. Upgrade the planet to a planetary capital, so that'll cover some of our jobs. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should take the opportunity... I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do with this. We've already got the stronghold, we've already got the military academy. Yeah, I think at this point I need to... Well, maybe I do more culture. Let's try it. Let's do another holotheater here. We're going to change it up a little bit. Although it's not like I need more unity right now. Alright, Mavel's got surplus... By the way, is the game rather quiet for you guys, or is it just for me? I'm just going to tab out for a second here and get the volume up a little bit. Oh yeah, that's totally me. Okay, so as always, we look for a place with lots of jobs available and also housing. Oop, I don't know why I unpaused. There's actually stuff I want to do, so it actually looks like the planets with the most slack are the ones that I don't have housing on, so I need to fix that. We'll send the unemployed to Garam right now. But let's just take a quick look here. So something like this, Yidra Secundus with 13 jobs and no housing, that's not good. Delcor Prime, 29 jobs, 0 housing, that's also really bad. So let's just double check. We've got Yidra Secundus, so they've got something being built, and Delcor does. So I suspect these are probably just waiting. Yep. I'm going to move the city district up a bit. I'll wait till after the research complex, but I feel like I should be keeping the generator districts, but I kind of need to, like, agriculture makes more sense to get rid of because they've got the energy nexus and whatnot. Anyways, I'll leave that be for now. I would like to open up more branch offices, but I feel that we should be using the last little bit of influence to be able to get more claims on the Cooperative of Menjusana. And then the last detail is currently we have the, I guess, Siberan or Kibaran Maelstrom. So the trick on this one is going to be to try and sort of map a path that doesn't lose ships. I want to be able to sort of inflict as much pain as possible on sort of our opponents here. I kind of need to make sure that I have a path back to the L gate in case things go wrong. But yeah, the idea here is I want to try and inflict some war score on the free traders. Not necessarily because I want to see the Akano do well in this war. I just want to make sure that I'm able to sort of push my interests when the time comes. So maybe we'll do a little something like that for starters. Oh, thank you, Cranky.
We are being hailed.
Everything Hawe.
A new Yilkahan Khanate would like a commercial pact. Let's say yes. This is going to cost me influence, but I think it's worth it. It's going to take us a while before we can see the results, but... Oh, we got 13 days before the council election.
Engaging hostile station.
All right, this is really encouraging that we are... It used to be that the Cooperative of Menjusana was at the top of the council. Looks like in the most practical terms. So I'm assuming that this is not after modifiers, because obviously our score is higher when we take a look at the Galactic Council. But there's a couple of big things about the way that the council's set up. So it's unfortunate that the cooperative of Menjusana is so strong. They're stronger than the Raxar entity as far as diplomatic weight is concerned. Now, diplomatic weight isn't everything, so one thing you might want to take a look at would be, fleet power. What are we looking at in terms of scores? Well, I'm at 10,155, so that's good news there. They're at 634. The Raxar entity's at 7,822, so it's acceptable, but it's not... if I want to be pushing a war, I need to make sure that I'm the one sort of backing it, because it's entirely possible that a reasonably thoughtful alliance will be able to take apart my allies. Now, if we take a look at who might be on the Galactic Council next, this is a little bit more grim. Now, part of this is just the way that I've been playing, and then the other part of it is just the way things have worked out. So, I'm definitely getting to that point where I'm starting to bulk up, and I can sort of enforce my will on my neighbors. Now, we could maybe hope that the Raxar entity gains another 6,000 diplomatic strength. But let's our wildest dreams go ahead. Let's say that either the cooperative of Menjusana deflates by 6,000, or we see everybody else really start to catch up. In terms of the next in line, we've got the Mandate of Vulu Umu, who's an ally of the cooperative of Menjusana. We've got the Zydran Free Traders, who we're currently at war with, and then we have the Great Estwani Polity, who are my original allies, although they're starting to take some territory that I kind of want, so I might try and come up with a way to kick them out of the Federation, just so I can start gobbling them up. After that, we've got the Othethi Empire, so that's right here. I don't think they feel strongly one way or the other about me, but I believe they're spiritualists, so yeah, they're probably going to be somewhat inclined towards disliking me. Then we've got the Akano. These are my people. And then when we take a look at the Neborite, they're kind of in the bottom group here. So the fact of the matter is that yes, we're getting big, but we're getting big and without a lot of friends. And so this is going to be particularly hard. Where I was originally using the Federation to sort of shield myself from stronger neighbors, now I'm at a point where I'm kind of the shield that my allies are using. And as it turns out, they're starting to use the fact that they've got this really scary fleet that I own. They're starting to use that to bully their neighbors, which of course means that they'll get bigger, and that will mean I start. So the bigger my allies get, the less power I wield in my Federation. That's 22k, so I'm okay just leaving that be for now. And again, I'm sorry if I come across as really listless during the stream. There's a few things I'm balancing here. So I'm trying to balance the lack of sleep. I'm trying to make sure that I don't ruin. So I was debating on not streaming today. Because I tend to notice that when I feel like this, I can sometimes ruin playthroughs. And I really don't want this interesting Federation's playthrough to slip through my fingers. So I want to be a little cautious. I want to make sure that I'm explaining what I'm doing. And then I'm trying to keep the tempo such that I'm going to be able to do a full stream of this stuff, but it's tricky. So this might be a low energy stream, but I will do my best to interact with you guys as much as possible. All right, we've got fleet management procedures bonus. Is it MN Runner or MN Runner? Thank you very much for that follow. Hey, Olaf. I should mention, Olaf, I've actually, I feel a little bit bad about it because I don't want it to come off as me, like wondering why you're not necessarily talking or anything like that. I was just a little surprised because you are very effective at lurking. But I've been very pleasantly, I won't say surprised, but it's been really fun to have you in chat and maybe to be able to recognize you being in chat as opposed to the fact that I kind of knew you were always there. So thank you for stopping by. I'm going to be really boring tonight though, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you see me on Ari's channel, it's like I'll be running off. I'll either be doing something or I'll just be watching. But because I'm such a pain to deal with when I'm talking, it's really hard to tell whether or not I'm actually there or I'm just not being a jerk, so... anyways, improved fleet management procedures will free up the resources needed to maintain a bigger fleet. So I think we're going to have about 30 extra slots on our fleets. 20. So we were already... Wait, were we really at... Huh. I didn't think we were at capacity. Or maybe it'll go up to 230. But yeah, I need to start thinking about how I'm going to fill in my my fleets. I mean, I also need to find some naval capacity too. Oh no, hang on. No, this is the fleet. I got it reversed. So naval capacity has enabled me to do more with my existing fleets. Right. All right. So my usual pattern on these ones. Let's just try and figure out where our cheapest options are. So cell revitalization 3. Now, I kind of treat this like this is throwing away the science. It actually isn't, because I'm a xenophilic empire and I've allowed other species to be rulers. So while it is true that we are perfect immortal machines, the fact of the matter is I could actually have a really good lithoid or a really good, sloth person as a potential leader. And so being able to use cell revitalization 3 means I get to keep that leader longer. Whereas one of the considerations I have right now about really good biological leaders is that one day they'll die. So one thing that you can sort of think about, and the reason why I want to take the time mentioning this is, one, Kaylee Cakes has just recently gotten Stellaris, so, it's nice to go back to basics. But this gives you a little bit of an idea in terms of a thought process that you might have for playing a game like this. I frequently say that Paradox grand strategy games in particular, but generally quite a few Paradox, even to the point now of publishing games, because Surviving Mars isn't exactly the easiest thing to get into to start off with. The trade-off has always been that you put a lot of effort into learning the game at the start, but the payoff is that you get hundreds of hours of gameplay if you're into it. Because they're always adding new stuff to the game. There's a lot of depth. If you take a look at the editing guidelines for their wikis, one of the cardinal rules of a Paradox wiki is not to write, thou shalt, or, you always do X. Because generally in fact, one of the reasons why I find these games very satisfying is that there's lots of different ways of accomplishing what you're setting out to do. And so for me, that's kind of the big appeal of these ones, which is, don't get me wrong, there's definitely going to be people who will say, this is the ideal fleet composition. You'll always be able to steamroll people who run into you doing this. And that's a way that you can play. But generally, in any of these grand strategy games, you're going to have a few different options available to you, and it's really a question in terms of what you think is either appropriate for the moment, or possibly what is sort of thematically appropriate for your species. Maybe you want to play a pacifist, even though, mechanically you could kind of get away with, blowing someone up. But anyways, the reason why I'm taking this time here is that here's a way to think about this. So I just explained that, at the surface, because I have these robot leaders, there doesn't really seem to be the same kind of priority in terms of leader lifespan. The other way of thinking about this is that right now, I could have a very high quality leader. Let's say it's the only leader that has a scientist bonus, but they're biological. The fact that they're biological means that I'm going to put a certain discount on that really desirable trait because I know that that's a finite desirable trait, right? The same way that, you'd look at an interest rate or something like that on a bond or an account or something. So by reducing or increasing the leader lifespan, I'm reducing the discount on this more attractive leader, and so as a result, it's making me more likely to pick the best leader at the time. Now again, if I'll be honest with you, like if this one was 81,466, I'd probably go and pick the other one. I mean, in the end, both of these are going to be a difference. Like in terms of the number of months, I'm generating enough science that the game doesn't actually register the 6,000 science difference. That is pretty fantastic, actually. But just, what I wanted to do was just give you an example in terms of how, if you just think one step ahead, you're not necessarily going to make a bad choice, but things that seem confusing or things that seem like you'd never want to do that, if you only kind of think about that one dimension in front of you, you're not necessarily going to you're going to run into some situations you're like, well, I couldn't have done anything to fix that. If you take a minute to think about these kinds of things here, though, when would I want a higher leader lifespan for a robotic empire? Taking that kind of thought gives you, even if you ultimately reject it, it just gets you in the habit of thinking a bit about what your end goals are, and maybe thinking about some alternative paths that you might take to achieve your ends. Similarly, I've got the last war. I spent a lot more time fighting for these planets, even though I knew I never actually wanted to claim them. But I did that because it kept the AI sending ships over to this side of the map. And as a result, I was able to sort of have my way with the territories close to their capital. And we're going to be relying on a similar strategy to that before too long. You might also say, well, how does this thinking apply to the war that you're doing right now? The best outcome for me is one where the AI doesn't do too much damage to the econo. So there's a couple of things that I can do. One, if my allies are not going to be joining a war with me until the war is done, I want to make sure that this war is done as quickly as possible. If my allies are willing to join a war that while this one is going on, then I'm just going to leave the econo to do their thing. I can't know that, obviously, until the treaty is done, so this might be a little scary. But what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to claim planets that the econo don't actually have claims on. I'm trying to get the attrition up for the enemy without necessarily allowing the econo to enforce their demands. The best for me actually is a white piece where the econo don't gain anything. And it's counterintuitive because, why wouldn't you want a strong ally? The reason why I don't want a strong ally is because the way my federation works right now, for our laws, things like going to war require a majority vote. And we have a diplomatic vote weight. So right now, I'm at 17,239. The Raxar entity is 11,683. So as long as the Great Estwani polity, amusingly enough, is kind of the pivotal vote. If the Raxar want to do something, they just need the Great Estwani polity to come along. If, on the other hand, I want to do something, I need them on side. If they don't want to do it, like basically, if it's I want to do this, Raxar entity doesn't want to do this, I can throw my weight around. I can afford to ignore one of these two, but not both. This is actually one of the big reasons why kicking out the Great Estwani polity would be a good idea. They've been my long-standing ally, but right now they have territories that I would kind of want to claim. They're a natural subjugation target, and they are actually the one who kind of pushes the Federation in the direction that I don't necessarily want it to go. Yeah, nobody wants to go for the strongest succession type. Although again, you know, if I were to get away with the diplomatic weight one, I just need to kick out the greatest one equality and they're on. I might maybe even be able to try and get a favor or something like that. Anyways, we've completed the research of focusing arrays. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. So, kind of like last time, we've got a number of technological options ahead of us. I kind of want to focus on the things that I can get the fastest. This means better shields or more energy credits. We're doing all right for energy credits. I have a bit of a spending habit, so it wouldn't hurt to get a 5% boost. Just to give you an idea of what that means in practical terms, so I spend less than a year on that. The amount that we generate from jobs is 341.45. So we're basically looking at extra 167 energy a month, I think is what we get. That's pure profit, by the way. There might be... I think the interaction... I think even happiness and all of that. I think that the jobs counts the happiness and whatnot. Did I get that right? Sorry, now I'm doubting myself because of the sleepiness. Fortunately, I've got my phone with me, so we're generating 3341.45 times 0.05. Yeah, 167.07. That's what I get for doubting myself. So it's tempting, right? But on the other hand, I say, well, when's a situation that I've said, oh, if only I had the energy credits to do this thing, right? So at this point, I think I'm going to do the extra shield points. Technically, this is the fastest option because in practical terms, this is 76 rather than 93. We've already got progress on Flash Coolant 7. But the thing is that I've kind of neglected my defenses for a while, so I am going to do shield harmonics just for the, just for balance. Circulating excess heat from weapons discharge in order to prime munitions as they are loaded increases the rate of fire of strikecraft weaponry. So I like these ones because I noticed that my enemies are a bit capital ship heavy, so being able to have a bit more to throw and cause some frustration with would be nice. Again, same idea. We'll look for the cheap stuff. Technically, assembly algorithms 2 is the cheapest, but it doesn't do as much. If I'm going to do a 7188, I think the defensive platform damage is where I want to go with that. Again, I didn't need to spend so much time talking about the tech, but it's nice to give a little bit of an articulation in terms of why things are the way they are, and it gives me a chance to, seeing as I'm paused, it'll give me a chance to take a look at my unemployment problems, because those are not going to get any better. Also, we had something, there we go, relocate the galactic market. Whoa! I should veto that. We question whether the galactic market is best served by its current leader. We should initiate a new competition to determine who should lead it. That's a strong oppose. So this is the interesting question, right? Do I want to spend the do I want to try and buy the galactic market again? Do I want to use the influence to veto it and make sure that I keep the market? There's a number of different directions that I can go with that. We'll see how long it takes for this to come up on the docket. It does look reasonably high, but military sanctions and whatnot, I suspect, probably will be up before. Okay, let me just take a minute here with Randa Mario, because that one was supposed to be full of alloy producers, and it is. Oh, that's right. So this is a world where I'm generating, except for maybe upgrading the corporate culture site, this is basically a world where I'm generating surplus robots to be able to feed some of the other planets. Obasiak, what's going on with you? So you've got a spare worker, we're making alloy foundries. I'm going to hang on to this unemployment for a little bit. Because I want to see whether or not they upgrade to a specialist on time, or they just kind of hang around for the whole duration. On Sol, I guess it's because we didn't decide what we were going to be doing with these natural resources. Let's build a generator district, and I know I'm going to need another city before too long. I think what happened here was I didn't properly anticipate the number of jobs I needed for the next level. That's going to happen a couple more times, I think. Okay. Takvan. Yes. One of these problems where I sort of know where I want to go with all of this, but... So, we'll build 2 energy for starters. What is my lowest... Oh, let's also take a look at the special features. Okay, so we've already got the gas extraction well. And actually, the gas... You know what? I'm not crazy about this choice, but I think I'm going to do an exotic gas refinery to round out the number of pops I need. And then, as before, we need to find a new place for these guys to live. I think in this case I'm going to start saying Delcor needs to get its act together. I know there's a lack of housing, and I'm just going to have to accept it and move on. I need to start getting this. The biggest thing for me right now is I need to get this slack dealt with, so that I can start converting Mavel's like robot factory and whatnot into something more productive. You know, another science, another tech generator, for instance. You can't stay. Oh, sorry. You can't stay, unfortunately. Bye, everyone. Thank you very much for stopping by, Midori Mucha. Sorry you couldn't stay longer. There's a side of me that says, you know what, let's do the upgrade. I really should be investing more in some upgrades across the board, but... Oh, that's right, I had a bunch of IOUs that I wrote down.
Ship upgrades applied.
Okay, well that was quick for the defensive platforms, that's good news there. I'm going to try and let this thing run by.
Ship upgrades applied.
Oh, actually, you know what? I feel like I should mention this just... Oh, hang on, that was a different set of defensive upgrades.
Ship upgrades applied.
Oh, they're going to say this each time. Or no, maybe it's because of the ion cannon? I'm not sure. You know, this is someone...
Ship upgrades applied.
Nope, they're going to say this every single time I upgrade a defensive platform. That's not annoying at all. I don't get as much of a chance to host this person as they do me, but I wanted to draw your attention. She's actually streaming right now. Not that I want to encourage you away from the stream, but...
Ship upgrades applied.
No Virtue, who is a streamer on Twitch, has been absolutely killing it with Stellaris lately. I got a chance to see her play Old World as well, which was a lot of fun. But... No Virtue was actually invited to do one of those streamer battles, which I thought was a lot of fun to watch. I mean, I don't always get a chance to watch them, but it's always nice when you know someone. So, for instance, Alex the Rambler is a streamer that I met when I lived in Vancouver. Really nice guy. But as it turns out, he is something of a big deal. He is someone who I'm gonna wait on the unemployment because we're going to get some research labs coming up before too long. The arcology project's almost done, which makes me happy. But yeah, like he's someone who does this for a living, similar to Ponce, for instance. But I know Alex the Rambler was invited to the Stellaris streamer showdown, as well as I think a couple of Hearts of Iron things. I know he's done a lot of Hearts of Iron. So it's really nice to see people meet that kind of success. But on top of that, like just beyond because the streamer showdown is sort of old news at this point. But just in terms of the number of people watching her, like, it's been really rewarding to see her. Well, I mean, I say rewarding as if I do something. It's not. It's just, to see someone who I enjoy watching. She's been definitely pulling in a lot of people to watch her Stellaris stuff, which I really think is great because, No Virtue is very, very comfortable with Stellaris. And I think especially if you want to see the game played at a high level, this is not going to be a fair distinction that I make, but I think it's a useful one. Just keeping in mind it's an imperfect mapping. But you can think of something like Dota 2, where there's an entire genre of streaming where someone's maybe not necessarily on top of chat interaction, but the appeal about watching that particular streamer is that you get to see someone who is incredibly good at what they do, sort of, like go the extra mile. Like you get to watch your favorite hockey team practice before the big game or something like that. And so, this is why whenever somebody gives you, some rule, right? You always have to interact with an audience, or you always need to do X, or you always need to do Y. Like, there's lots of different... Oh, you know what? I didn't even think that the Arcology project might remove this strong magnetic field. This might get scary. There's always going to be an example that makes nonsense of that. So I feel like No Virtue has a strong appeal in the sense of being able to play Stellaris at a higher level, very confident with the game, very comfortable, goes and tries weird and fun things because, she's able to. But on top of that is an incredibly nice person. I got a chance to see Cook Stork Delicious stream. I got to watch some Old World. Again, all wonderful games. And a streamer I've been really happy to see, get the recognition that they deserve for some Stellaris stuff. Fireset X. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers. Sorry, let me just deal with this. All right. The Mirror Dimension Jomar Limited reports that their economy is in decline due to a series of defeats at the appendages of the Warp Beasts. So unfortunately, amenities and trade are down. I've noticed, I don't know if this is just me reading too much into it, but I do tend to notice that... What is... Oh, these are my my fighters. I tend to notice that the... how do I put it? I tend to notice whenever I have those, trade is increasing, trade is decreasing ones, they tend to have the same result a few times over. So, like, there's a depression, and then there's, like, and then they come back better than ever. It may be just the way this playthrough's gone, but I wonder if they have some kind of a weighting where there's a bit of inertia in terms of where all of this goes. Anyways, a new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of Jomar Limited, led by... They call themselves the Post-Meta Jomar Primacy Bloc. Their members seek to assert the primacy of the Meta Jomar species by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. I feel like this faction keeps, generating and then falling apart. I kind of want to watch these dynamics. Let's get them to heal before we... Well, it looks like they're actually taking root this time. All right, 1 year before the war. Oh, here we go. Ecumenopolis, Waleus Prime encased. Look at that beauty. I actually really like the look of these. So for those of you who are Star Wars fans, this is kind of Coruscant. So layer upon layer of urban sprawl eclipse the globe's crust, and it is done. Scant few years have passed since the start of this grand project, but it is already difficult to recall what the surface of Waleus Prime was like. Verdant, rugged, it's all steel now, miles in every direction. place once molded by chance and the unthinking laws of nature, now a design wrought from indomitable purpose. Impressive. All right. So the Ecumenopolis, there's a bunch of stuff that happens here. Apparently, we've lost a bunch of specialists, and I'm not 100% sure why that happened. So we could do a foundry arcology for extra alloys. We could get an industry arcology for extra consumer goods. We could get a leisure arcology for Unity amenities. I feel like the ability to generate even more alloys. Well, see, this is going to cost a lot of volatile modes, but you know what? We're going to run with it. I also believe that the Ecumenopolis gives you a bonus towards... Maybe I'm wrong. I always thought they used to give you a bonus towards certain research, so... base empire from building. Yeah, Ecumenopolis, you get a 20% bonus to your research. So this is a pretty much a no-brainer as far as the work is concerned. I will admit, though, I am actually very curious about why I suddenly have all of this specialist unemployment, because as far as I can tell... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because clerks... Nope, that still doesn't make sense. Anyways, we'll have to let it sort itself out. Also, suddenly we've got 47 available jobs. Does that make sense? Maybe because arcologies give more... Yeah, because it gives me more clerk jobs. Okay, well this will solve itself. I actually probably don't need to worry too much about foundries and whatnot, but having paved over one world, I am going to do a quick audit of my planets to see which one is going to be next. However, in order to try and be somewhat lucid for this stream, I drank like 3 cups of coffee, and the Force is with me. So if you guys can give me 45 seconds, we will begin this playthrough in earnest after I just relieve myself. Sorry to do this, but I gotta go. See you in a bit. So the best part about muting my mic when I do that is that none of you heard me quite literally walk into my mic stand with my face when I finished. All right, sorry about that. Let's get this party started. Okay, so the greatest one polity for some reason is hanging out in my territory. They don't actually have too much in terms of ship strength, so I guess they can do that. But yeah, we're going to do an audit of worlds that I might want to pave over. Now, you know, Mavil Prime is a not a bad candidate, but it is generating a lot of energy. So we've actually got a couple of worlds that we've prepared to be turned into ecumenopolises. Seuvis is an example of a world I really don't want to turn into an ecumenopolis. In fact, I actually have a bit of a dilemma with this one, because I do get bonuses from mining, but I'm also running out of space for my pops. So the question is, do I want to pull back on my mining from a planet that is very good for it, or do I want to pull back from my energy credits, which obviously is a pretty desirable improvement. What I think my get out of jail free card on this particular planet is going to be is I can do Mastery of Nature to embiggen the planet by 2 slots. But an example of the sort of hard choice I need to make. Actually, here's an important thing to note. The Arcology project requires 200 influence. Mastery of Nature takes 100. So I might actually do Mastery of Nature on Seuvis, just because it's cheaper. And then we can worry about the Arcology project after. What I'm kind of looking at right now is, because we're going to be very close to starting a war, I want to try and get the last few claims locked in as I can. I think it's pretty clear I'm not going to have enough to be able to, to get the rest of these planets. But of course, being able to cut the enemy systems in half is itself, an improvement. I'm not really going after any of these other worlds here. It would be nice to kind of be breathing down the throat of the enemy capital world and whatnot, but we've sort of already said that Menjusana is going to be the thing that we take on the second phase. So really what this is going to be about is sort of claiming as many worlds as I can to put them in a really tough to defend sort of position. I'm going to hang on to my influence. I don't need to make that decision right away. But again, we've got a war. We have the possibility of a war coming up in slightly more than a year. I think I said slightly less than a year last time, but it is actually a year and 17 days, I think. Okay. But I haven't answered the more important question, which is, what is a good planet for an ecumenopolis? And I've actually been building towards this already. So Yidra is a good example of a planet I don't want to turn into an ecumenopolis, because it has all of these, has all of this energy and food and whatnot. One planet that actually would have been not a bad choice as an ecumenopolis would be something like Radamario, because I believe... Let me just take a look at Waleus. So, yes, so the Foundry Arcology gives you metallurgists. So, take a look at Radamario. You've got plus 15% towards metallurgist output, which means that once you pave over the world, you start building these metallurgy arcologies, you get the additional 15% towards those, and you're just stacking bonus on top of bonus. Or in this case, not necessarily stacking bonus on top of bonus, but you're just gaining access to that many more metallurgists. It's tempting to do here for sure, but again, I would wind up losing a bunch of mineral production. We are currently generating... I refuse to believe it's only 174. I guess it is, though. The metallurgists are obviously eating up a whole lot of it, but that's to be expected. So it looks like Mescaban is the next arcology. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it gives me... oh, this will be interesting. I wonder if we lose Titanic life. Yeah. So the point of this one would be to get a 20% bonus towards the science production, which, as you can notice, is almost at 1,000. So that's, a very big bonus for us to wind up with. Yidra Secundus, you could make the same argument, save for the fact that there's a lot of generator districts on it. So you wouldn't necessarily want to do that in this particular case. I feel like Vanico, we might at one point have wanted to turn them into an ecumenopolis, and then I realized that I'm running out of food. Delcor is a strong argument for getting paved over, because if I want more consumer goods production, then we just get rid of these. Hey, Johnny Big Time, great to see you. What is new with you? This is almost certainly a planet we're going to pave over. Actually, this is a really good example of a planet we're going to pave over, because we'll get the Alloy Foundry bonus. I might actually, you know what? Let's queue these guys up for that work to begin with. Obasiac. I'm actually going to write that down because I know I'm never going to forget. Nothing much working forever. Man, I feel like I could say that and it's just been Monday. Sorry guys, I just want to write this down properly. O-B-I-Y-S. I also say that wrong. OBC. Oh no, I guess it is Obasiac. Anyways, this is the next candidate. Being able to turn all of these forges into something the Ecumenopolis will get the bonuses from, and then of course being able to put a Ministry of Production and whatnot. That's a pretty big bonus for us to get. I don't need to audit any of the other worlds. We know exactly what we want to get. In fact, let's do this again. So Uncle Cranky was like the only person in chat when I shouted him out last time, so that's a proper shout out for him. But not to be outdone, we've also got Johnny Big Time. So actually Uncle Cranky and Johnny Big Time, I don't necessarily think that, I don't put them in sort of the same boat. They have a little bit of a different style, although I think the variety of games and the types of games that they play are probably more similar than the ones that I do. Like, so I think if you watch based on the game, you would probably have an easier time going from Johnny Big Time's channel to Uncle Cranky's channel than from Johnny Big Time's channel to my... Oh, they've started to integrate the Othethi. Yeah, well, this is their chance to get free. Yeah, so I think they're, again, these kinds of distinctions aren't necessarily very meaningful, but they're both, they're definitely both really fun streamers who I think do a really good job of sort of explaining why a particular game might be important to them, or why they, like, I feel like both of them do a decent job of sort of explaining or communicating is maybe the better word, because it doesn't necessarily have to mean, I guess it doesn't really have to be, oh, I'm also gonna boost, I'll do the city district after the alloy. Well, no, we'll do city district first. I think one of the things that I enjoy the most about both of these streamers is that they do a very good job of displaying. Sorry, I'm actually really struggling with the right terms for what I like about them. Sorry, that actually sounds like I'm trying to make stuff up. That's not quite how I meant to explain it. I think what I'm trying to say is they have this unusual ability, or this natural ability is maybe the better way of putting it. When Uncle Cranky is playing Knights of the Old Republic, it is very specifically Uncle Cranky playing Knights of the Old Republic. Like, it is particularly this man's enjoyment of this very well-regarded entry into the Star Wars pantheon, let's say, and it's incredibly enjoyable for that experience. And it's very similar to Johnny Big Time. Johnny Big Time has got a very quick wit. He always seems to have just the right thing to say when certain things happen inside their game. And I think in the game, the reason why I take the time to point both of them out. Oh wait, well, AS says specialists. That's not right. We've already dealt with unemployment. Sorry. But yeah, I think the thing that really gets my attention about both of these streamers are the fact that, they're streams do a very good job of communicating their personalities. The Calexian League. Right. Okay. So this is going to be a tougher federation for me to go up against. We'll still be able to kick their ass, but I need to be mindful. And they have maximum health and armor, so we should be crushing their defenses. But yeah, I think it's not news to say that Twitch is personality driven. It's kind of taken for granted that you watch a stream because of the person behind that stream, and rightly so. But I think Uncle Cranky and Johnny Big Time are two people who do a very good job of just sort of reminding me exactly why, like, some people are just really fun to watch, full stop. Like, they're, I go to the Johnny Big Time channel and it's always like, yeah, this is probably what it's like to hang out with Johnny, or yeah, this is probably a bit like what it's like to hang out with Uncle Cranky. Like, Uncle Cranky has chosen an obscene name for his Jedi in Knights of the Old Republic 2. Now, if you take that game very seriously, you are not going to like that. It might annoy you. But as an extension of Cranky's personality and, the type of humor that he likes, it's quite endearing. And I feel the same way about Johnny Big Time. Like, one of my favorite moments still, and I'm hoping that if E3 goes virtual, or at least if all the stuff that people were preparing for E3 goes virtual, we get a chance to see this. He has this wonderful deflationary take on a lot of games marketing. He definitely is not susceptible to following the crowd in terms of, how he feels about, about certain projects or what's going on in certain games, certain environments. So some of my favorite memories from his cast are actually seeing him. All right, I said I wasn't gonna. You know what? I lied. I'm gonna move the worker. Seeing him watch all of this stuff that people are falling over themselves, to praise. I seem to remember really distinctly his reaction to the reaction to what was it? Beyond Good and Evil 2. And again, like, this was one of these things where, everybody lost their mind on release. And he's like, well, that was a really good movie, but, like, where's the game behind it? Which, I mean, again, everybody can sort of say now. But it's just really funny to watch Johnny, kind of have these Emperor has no clothes moments during some of the particularly overwrought hype moments on certain presentations. And again, like, it's not to say that if you go to Uncle Cranky's stream, you're going to see the exact same thing. I just think that watching both of these casters, I get a really good idea of kind of what it would be like to hang out with them. And because they're both very pleasant people, that really adds the extra value to their stream. How you doing, Miles 4K? All right, this was our leader lifespan. We know a year has gone by. Let's take a look for administrative capacity. Is not bad because that helps me out with my science. I could do my naval capacity because we're going over that limit again. You know what? I'm going to do my admin cap. I kind of feel a little bad about doing it, but... And I've got space for another... So at some point, I should think about building a research institute. I'll build that after I get the capital. Anyways, I don't know if those shoutouts were at the standard that they normally should be, but we're going to do the same routine. We'll heal up and then move on, although let's heal up in the base we just took from their enemies. So one thing I've learned about the Juggernaut is it moves very slowly. Which, fair enough, right? I mean, this thing looks awesome, and it's pretty cool to have a shipbuilder, which you can keep on the front lines. And it's also really nice that I do have the jump drive, so in a pinch, I can make them sort of leap ahead of everybody. But it would be a really good idea for me not to do that. But yeah, again, we're doing the usual thing. I want to try and take as many points off of
Research concluded.
The enemy as I can. Notice, by the way, that the Akano free traders have done absolutely nothing to help this fight. That is kind of annoying, but that's life. I am also slightly intrigued by the fact that these guys, I thought, were in the Federation. So are we at war with the Pozjok state? Is this the idea? Huh. Yeah, I really thought that these guys were in a federation. But apparently that doesn't matter. Where's that game in reality? They did nothing since they showed that. Yeah, I mean, I also think that game has been in development a lot longer than the time it took to make that trailer. So I'm sure it'll come out. But I actually really don't know what that game is going to be like. So you got lazy and switch all your planets to automated. Honestly, Miles 4K, like, I have a very plodding pace in this game now because I don't. I mean, it doesn't help that I chose a reasonably large galaxy size as well. But I think automating planets is probably, in general, the way to go. You know, you can always make the argument of saying that it's, you know, this is a terrible analogy, but, like, the idea of building your own game engine rather than using something off the shelf like Torque or Godot or Unity or Unreal or Game Maker. Or, I mean, you're spoiled for choice on that. It's not to say that that's a bad idea. You know, Paradox has their own engine. This is the Clausewitz engine. Larian made their own for Divinity Original Sin. You know, even smaller games. Like, there's a guy named Owen Deary in the local game development community. He pretty much always builds his own custom tools, and the results are amazing. Like, if you guys have not checked out his Twitter account, you really should. Because I'm really excited about what... I don't know when he's going to announce it, but whatever he's working on, I really want to play it. I've been able to see him demo it a couple of times at the local game dev meetup, and it just keeps getting better and better each time I see it. So there is very clearly an advantage to having tools that you've designed yourself. And similarly, in the case of Stellaris, you know, if you are making the decisions on every single planet, you know that they are going to be built with your, you know, 10, 20, 100-year strategy in mind. But it would be fair to say a lot of people, especially maybe people who are doing their first game and just want to have the experience of learning how to do this stuff, it may actually be a really terrible recommendation to tell them to make their own game engine as a start, because that's not going to teach you anything about how to make something that's fun to play. You'll probably learn a lot about AI and about how, you know, real-time rendering works, but that may not necessarily be related to gameplay. So, similar idea with Stellaris. Like, there is a reason why they include the automation, and it's levels of automation, right? You can automate the colony designation selection. You can also just turn on directly, hey, could you manage this planet for me? And this is one of the major advantages of the sector system. They actually reworked the sector system, and I thought the original sector system was designed to help people, you know, help people manage the planets as well. So you're making the right choice in my case, Miles 4K. I'm just really stuck in my way of playing. Alright. Cross-linking weapon systems to fire in staggered volleys improves the actual damage output of military stations over time. So let's do... I've been neglecting my explosive weapons, or I could be getting the defensive platforms, I could be getting the kinetic... Well, you know, I'm definitely going to have kinetic weapons, so I'm going to go for that one first. I don't seem to have a problem. Well, the thing is that, like, again, I was singing No Virtue's praises a little while ago. You should see how quickly No Virtue, on Grand Admiral, no less, how quickly they get through a game. Like, the cost for me is I play the game very slowly. Now, I will admit that on stream I play it I play it slower than I do on my own, because obviously when I'm playing it on stream, I tend to, I get really granular in terms of what's going on. And if somebody asks a question, or if somebody has a question, if there's like a question, if there's a digression, if there's somewhere I think that the conversation might be, if there's an interesting place for this stuff to go, I don't want to turn down the possibility. But I think it's fair to say, even when I get rid of the this particulars of streaming, like, I will really take my time with a Stellaris game. Now, that's by choice, and I like playing that way. But it is ultimately, like, it's something that would not lend itself well towards multiplayer. The few times I've played multiplayer, it's been a very, very different way of playing for me. A fun way of playing, don't get me wrong. But definitely one where I have a different set of priorities in that case. Incidentally, I'm going to do something. There's not a major reason for me to do this, but it's a trivial amount for me to set aside. So I'm going to make a shared stockpile for all my systems, even though there's no AI running it. I'm basically just going to I'm going to round it off to the nearest 100. I'm not going to change this over time, so it's going to be 76.91 a month, just ticking over. And then, in the worst case scenario, I draw down on the stockpile or something like that. So, but over time, the thing is I'm not going to miss this, and I'm going to have it set aside if I want to do something really, astonishing. Incidentally, so the ways that you can automate, and seeing as Miles has brought it up, here's a few different ways that you can automate. So you can go to the planet level. You can sort of set a broader agenda. So in this case, the automated designation has kind of already given us what we knew, which was this is an administrative sector, or bureaucratic center. It's got all the administrative parks. We want to get a bonus, getting an additional 2 administrative capacity from having bureaucrats on a focused planet is really nice. So one thing that could happen, I could say, okay, I don't want to worry about these designations, just pick the one that you think is best game. Or, you can manually assign it. In this case, the automated value was what I would have done normally, so we're good there. On top of that, if you want to say, okay, you know what, this is just too much trouble, right? Like, AI, tell me how to manage, the rest of the stuff that I own. Well, you can just turn on automation, and this will decide what the next thing you want to build is. But that's not the last level of automation. You can go to the sector level under planets and sectors, and you can click sector settings. And right now I've got sector auto build disabled, but you can get it to balance. The sector will balance its production of raw resources, manufacturing, and research. Production focus, the sector will focus on generating raw resources such as food, minerals, and energy. Manufacturing focus, the sector will focus on manufacturing advanced products such as alloys and consumer goods. And research focus, this sector will focus on generating research. Now, a tip that I can give you, because under the new sector system you have a little bit more flexibility in terms of how your sectors get made. If you're not familiar with how it works, actually I should probably do this in the frontier sector, although we only have one right now. So you can hit the create new sector button here. It says this will create a new sector with this planet as its sector capital. All systems within 4 jumps not previously part of any sector will become a part of this new sector. So the reason that this is important is it's rare. Sometimes you just have to take the galaxy as it's been given to you. But if you're able to make the choice, you can actually really make these automations sing. So if you say, okay, manufacturing focus. Well, if I have a bunch of planets with very few natural resources but lots of building slots, it's a perfect place for manufacturing focus. Alternatively, if I have, a lot of sectors with an abundance of resources, maybe lots of farms, lots of energy, lots of whatever. Again, if you can pick the planet where the majority of planets like that are within a 4 jump distance, you will get the most out of this bonus. You can see a little of that going on here. So if you take a look at, I think the Ydra. Yeah. So we've got 2 bureaucratic centers, we've got a couple tech worlds, but then we had Radamario, and unfortunately Radamario was just kind of the fly in the ointment for that. But this is an example about how, depending on how your galaxy gets laid out, you can actually, your levels of automation can go from, can you just take care of like this label that you give to the world, up to, can you please manage this set of planets for me? It's a really nice little way of lowering the cognitive burden. All right, a new faction has recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape for Jomar Limited, led by blank. They call themselves Post-Meta Jomar Future Bloc. Their members seek to assert the primacy of the Meta Jomar species by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. So these guys seem to come and go. I'm not too worried about their existence, if I'm completely honest. Rising unemployment on Waleus Prime. Ah, yes. So this is the Ecumenopolis. This is the one where we've got too many specialists unemployed. Unemployment and poverty are spreading at an alarming rate on Waleus Prime. This sorry state of affairs is being exploited by local crime organizations who find themselves awash with both easy marks and desperate recruits. As a temporary solution, we could increase the unemployment benefits on the moon. It will not be cheap, but it would provide additional time to seek a more permanent solution, such as creating more jobs or improving the living standards of the affected population groups. We could also do nothing, but that would likely result in the formation of a significant criminal underworld on Waleus Prime. So this says 120 months we get a unemployed pop consumer goods, a bonus, +2 consumer goods cost to unemployed. Now, we've got more consumer goods than we really know what to do with. But on top of that, consider how long I'm going to actually have to deal with that. So when we generate the Foundry Arcology, we're going to have 10 new metallurgist jobs, which are specialist jobs, which means we're actually going to have a shortfall of 6 workers on this planet. So in 273 days, we're not going to have to worry about that unemployment anymore. So in practical terms, it's less than a year. Just gonna enjoy a sip of water if you don't mind. Alright, we're still working on the city district, unfortunately. And let's go claim some more worlds. Zodicide, increase your unemployment benefits, good sir. How you doing, Zodicide? Good to see you. Oh, we got a bunch of unemployment again. So, Meneth. It's a really hard call for me to put everything from Meneth onto Waleus. I feel like I should probably be dealing with a few of these other worlds as well. As much as I like the Ecumenopolis, I know that they're all clerk jobs, and that at the moment I don't need to worry so much about extra clerks. So for the time being, I think I'm going to help out Delcor. I say help out Delcor, but I know full well that I'm actually creating some unemployment problems for them, or not housing problems for them. Ydra Prime, probably another robot. Oh no, Numberites. Where's Radamario? I don't actually remember hitting this button, but I'm super happy we did. We have swept our space with the strong scanning beam of the Surveyor Relic. A previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on CAF. Excellent. So that's extra trade that we get. Unfortunately, it's not within our territory, so I wonder if there's some way that this got automated. That's really helpful if they did. And I need to remember to trigger this a little more often. While the artifacts we are researching have not yielded an immediate breakthrough, they are accelerating research in all fields. Arcane Insights modifier for 60 months gives the following effects: an additional 10% research speed, which, if you're keeping track, that's a lot. 400, well, probably more actually, yeah. minimum 400 extra research. Kaylee Cakes, how you doing? As I'm sure you know, I did not necessarily get a ton of sleep last night, so I am definitely feeling the effects of it. I also had a really wearying day at work, so it was I'll admit this is not my best stream, but seeing as you're here, now I gotta. All the other people in chat didn't matter, but now that you are here, I'm actually gonna have to stream well. Let me just take a quick second here and shout out my very dear friend Kaylee Cakes. Kaylee, of course, already knows Johnny Big Time and Uncle Cranky, but Kaylee Cakes is someone who I used to watch on Twitch a lot, and then she went on a little bit of a hiatus, got married, and one of the wonderful things, there are many wonderful things about her husband, who I haven't actually gotten a chance to have like an extended conversation with, but I am, I've gotten little snippets, and he's always been a stand-up guy in terms of any time that I've gotten to see him on chat. But one of the most wonderful things is that Kaylee has someone to support her streaming. So it's not just that there's an audience to come and support her, but at the home front as well, she's got someone to sort of push her to come and share some of those experiences. Obviously, a lot of you folks have seen her inside of the chat here, but she's an absolute sweetheart. One of the nice things about her is she is a baker by trade. And so she's got some renovations going on right now. She's done cake decorating streams as well as the games that she's been playing. She's most recently been getting into the game Deadside, which is kind of the new DayZ. I think would be a fair assessment of it. I definitely have a good idea of the places where the game's not working. Kaylee has absolutely no problems expressing her displeasure at some of the choices that have been made in the development at the moment. But it's a ton of fun to watch her play stuff. And I think I'm as excited for the stuff that she does. So again, she does a really good job of sharing what she's interested in. But on top of that, I think Kaylee Cakes is a lot of fun to watch because she is, how do I put it? I'm excited to have her coming back because I have a little bit of an idea of some of the stuff that she wants to do over the long run with the channel. And I don't know, it's a little bit like Johnny. Like, I know Johnny's got some stuff in the pipeline. And it's going to be really exciting to see how these two streamers I really like sort of push their content into new directions. It's really fun to have the secret. So, anyways, I highly recommend that you guys check her out. All right, they want to repeal collective waste management, so we get bonuses from diplomatic weight. No, I actually like this quite a bit, so we will oppose the repeal, and then repeal the Military Readiness Act. So this makes ship upkeep cost more, but a higher diplomatic weight from fleet power. So again, I have one of the strongest navies in the game, so I do not want my diplomatic power to get pulled back, no matter how cool this guy looks. Yeah, okay, this is pretty astonishing. The hegemonic imperialists are the ones who are saying, hey, maybe we should repeal the Military Readiness Act. Again, I gotta get rid of any of the surplus jobs. We'll send them all to Delcor if I can. All right, so the real plan behind this, I want to try and lock up as much of the enemy territory as I can. In like a way that they can't really defend themselves. Again, the Econo started this war and they've taken exactly one system. But the aim here is just going to be to give them something to think about. Like, I want to take these territories, which I know the Econo are unlikely to actually are unlikely to be able to get a claim on. I want to be able to get the get the war over with without necessarily putting my ships in harm's way. So notice I completely ignored the 22 strength station at Mublar. I'm not particularly worried about it. I mean, this fleet is 80k, or well, 7,500. Sorry, 75,000, not 7,500. You know, I don't really think they're going to suffer too much at the hands of, you know, of something that's less than a third of its strength. But the point here is, even if I lose one ship, it's losing a ship for an ally who I don't want to get stronger. So, Shield Harmonics 6, 5% bonus shield points. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. Okay, so we've got some pretty substantial progress on Flash Coolant 7, but I think in this case I'm going to do Applied Superconductivity. Again, it's the cheapest of the options, and it does give me extra income, so no problem at all, Kaylee. Again, I'm a little fuzzy from the day's exertions. And the really shameful part is, while I have all of my, you know, I've got all of the work that I had in mind for the Morrowind episode, all of that sort of squared away. But I will admit, I have a bunch of other stuff set aside, like, because I'm trying to thread the needle as far as making sure that the work gets done. I'm definitely at a point where all of those side projects, I still want to make sure they get done, and unfortunately that means that I wind up kind of burning the midnight oil a little bit more than I need to. I think what I am going to do, though, just so I don't wind up crashing, I will allow myself some time to myself if things get desperate. Okay, this is a big bummer. So we've run out of jobs. Well, there's a couple things we can do job-wise. We got plenty of volatile modes, so that gives us 6 jobs. Never mind, problem solved. The worker may not be, well, we'll see how that goes. Alright, so again, we're taking some easy targets. Oh, looks like the Raxar entity is helping out. Okay, so I'm going to move to Sikkan. That's going to be both the Juggernaut and the main fleet. We are about 4 months away from being able to start the... Actually, you know what? Change my mind. That is a bold approach. I'll give him that. Actually, you know what? I'm feeling a little spicy about this. Yeah, let's get them to come through the L gate. I need at least one to take the other front, because we have actually got some claims. I'll get these guys to do their upgrade. This is the Artisan Troop. Esteemed Chairman Bagagi, a decade ago, Jomar Limited pledged to support the Artisan Troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? So this is the Plantoid Species Pack. I actually found out, so I don't know if this is available on Steam or this is just on the Paradox site, but apparently there's a complete edition of Stellaris now, which has all of the kind of the DLC bundled up with it. So for those of you who are particularly inclined towards owning every last bit of DLC, I suspect that there's probably a discount attached to it, although I'm sure when the next sale comes on, that bundle will be even less. So, but one of the things that I actually kind of like... Now again, this is probably the point where I should be pointing out that I was given not just a copy of Federations, but basically since the original Stellaris release, I've been given sort of a press key for each DLC for this game. The only stuff that I'm playing that I kind of paid for out of my own pocket was the Plantoids DLC and the Humanoids DLC. I think I probably also got like the book of like the deluxe edition upgrade with like the science fiction novels and all of that. I probably got that too because I really like Stellaris. But yeah, I probably should get that disclaimer out of the way. But one of the things that I do actually like about Paradox's approach lately, one of my big complaints about the DLC policy was not necessarily the pricing thing, but it was this habit for Crusader Kings to like break the DLC up into like the patch, the models, and then eventually the music. So like to get the expansion, you basically had to put 3 products in your cart. And obviously if you're someone like me and you buy, because like I don't stream all of the Paradox games, right? Like it's usually Stellaris and Crusader Kings for the grand strategy stuff. You know, if you buy it like I do, you tend to wait for the sale and you load up at the time. And so if you have to, you know, push the button 3
Red
times
alert.
for each...
Spaceport under fire.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, hang on. It counts the Juggernaut as a spaceport, I bet. That's exactly what it does. But let's watch this guy do his thing. Where did the... All right, you know, I'll get this thought out of the way just because it's a convenient time. So yeah, if like imagine all of the, let's even take Stellaris, which has got fewer DLCs than some of the other games that you can buy. Think of the number of bits of downloadable content for Stellaris that you don't own. Let's say that you want to buy it. You want to buy the best version of it. And you multiply that by 3. That's a bit what it was like to get the stuff that you wanted for Crusader Kings. And I'll admit, I was starting to feel a little nickel-dimed for the, for the model packs and whatnot. Because there was, I really didn't like that they did this, but I remember there was someone in the forums, and they said, it costs a lot to make a new DLC, like the models and whatnot make the majority of the expense. And the thing that really bugged me about that was like, well, then why are the models so inexpensive and the DLC like so much more? It feels like I'm subsidizing the people who want an added skin, right? I just kind of wish that they explained what it's actually doing, which is the people who buy the DLC are sort of subsidizing the free upgrades that we've all been enjoying as the game goes through. And one thing that I've really liked, and what I think this new Stellaris pack is doing, which is it's getting past that... So the fact of the matter is, game developers should be able to and will package things the way that they want. If it is a way that they can be fairly compensated for the effort that they put in to break it up into 3 different objects rather than 1, they're going to do that. And if it is better for them to put it as a single object that people buy, they're going to do that. And just like I get annoyed if I want a certain salary and then somebody comes in and says, well, I only think you're worth a third of what you're charging, the answer to that is, well, then you don't get my services. And game developers should be able to do the same thing as well. But with that in mind, the fact that they've been doing these bundles, even in the DLC, like so some of the later Crusader Kings DLC, like if you want to buy them sort of a la carte, you can. But if you want to get like the model pack and the music and whatnot, there's now sort of a bundle that you can pick up. to me, that is a little bit more consumer friendly. So I'm no longer at the point where I take the number of DLC that I want and multiply by 3. I just buy the one thing. And of course, in terms of Stellaris, if you just want the best version of the game, you put the one object in your cart and you get everything at a small discount. So you really think that Paradox needs to rethink DLC, keep the same model for now, for new DLC, but have all the last couple of DLC roll into the base game, as it's a huge barrier to entry for new players on their older games. So that is a big trouble. In fact, I think the Paradox podcast has addressed it. If you don't mind, Rob Stock, I'm just going to read the event and then we'll carry on that. I'll offer kind of my thought as to why they may not do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that this is the set answer, but I think I can sort of see why there's a challenge to doing it in the make it free option. But let me just get through this and I'll offer some ways that Paradox might be changing that dynamic. New factions recently been gaining traction in the internal political landscape of Jomar Limited, led by, again, blank. They call themselves the post-meta Jomar Superiority Vanguard. Their members seek to assert the primacy of the meta Jomar species by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. So again, this faction just kind of keeps coming and going. So the obvious issue that comes up is if you know that it's going to be going free at some point, then you have this challenge in terms of are people going to buy it when it first comes out? To a certain extent, I think that's less of a problem than people might make it out to be, because you could also make the same argument, well, what about the people who what about the people who buy the early version of Stellaris, right? Like, Stellaris 1.0 is the worst version of Stellaris that I'll ever play. And that's not because it wasn't a good game. It's because it was the first version of this game, which we now know has a bunch of additional work over, 5 years that's been put into it. And it's good that the game's been getting better, right? This is the thing we want to encourage developers to do, to continue working on their games and making them better for us. It's the reason why the number of people playing, everybody loves to hate on EA, but everybody can remember when everybody said that, Battlefront 2 is beyond the pale, and, nobody was ever going to trust EA again, nobody was going to play that game. The number of people playing it has only gone up ever since then. And it's because they've continued to invest in that game and make it better. And you can measure that in a few different ways. You don't even need to rely on where it's positioned in terms of EA's their popularity list. You can just take a look at the number of people participating on the Reddit, for instance. So in one sense, I'm not entirely convinced that the question is, well, if it's going to be free, nobody's going to buy it. Because I think to a certain extent, we already have a minor version of that going on in terms of the fact that, the DLC will be like 75% off over a certain period of time. That said, there is, I think, something to be said for the idea of something going fully free. Like, I think there's also a certain point where people who do pay for a certain version of the game would turn around and say, well, what are we, chopped liver? Like, because you want to expand the number of people playing the game, this thing that we've invested into is now valueless according to you. And I do kind of think when you take a look at how some people have responded to Kickstarters that have done this, it can potentially be a bit of a flashpoint. And I think I do think that there is some value in sort of being clear-eyed in terms of whether or not it's good for the long-term health of the game. There can be people who sort of spoil it for everyone in terms of the fact that, that's not to say that it's wrong for people to, to think that way, right? Because you have put some money towards it, and, the idea is that you're the one who's financing this development, and one of the ways you're doing it is to get access to some content, which is sort of, somewhat exclusive to you. And by turning it free, you're sort of saying, okay, well, apparently it actually wasn't worth that much. So I think what Paradox is doing instead, it's really clear that the money for these games is not the base game. It's the, I really love Stellaris and I'm going to keep buying additional content for it. And so I suspect probably the way that Paradox is addressing the issue that you're talking about, Rob Stark, is if you look at what happened with Europa Universalis and how they introduced
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
They introduced that subscription service. So I think it's something like $6 or $9 a month, and you'll get access to all of the Europa Universalis DLC. Now, that's not a particularly good deal for me right now because I own all of the Europa Universalis DLC, with maybe the exception of... I don't think the new one is out yet. The one about the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, like for me, I've already got this huge investment inside of it. And so to then turn around and say, I'm getting the same value of a subscription service as someone who doesn't own any of the DLC, like it's kind of hard for me to turn around and say I want to pay a monthly fee when, for $20 I can pick up, just the next item. But I do think you have a really good point, which is that when you look, it's like if you look at Train Simulator or something like that. If you look at that and you say, good God, there's like thousands of dollars of DLC, I'm never going to get to the end of this. It might be something that turns you off. And I think the subscription path is probably the way that we're going to see a solution to that. And I think the reason why the subscription path is the more appealing option is, one, it probably plays better with the fact that they're going on some of these subscription services anyway. So, you have the base game of Stellaris on like Game Pass, and then if you want access to all the DLC, right now you buy it, and if you don't buy it, what are you going to do? Well, the what are you going to do answer to that is you get your Paradox subscription, and you pay for access to the DLC of that game you really love and want to put hundreds of hours into. And I think the other big thing the monthly fee is probably less of a sticker shock than what you're talking about. The other important thing that I think it does is it has the psychological effect of still saying that these expansions have value. I think Stellaris in particular has this challenge of there's a subset of the fans who think that the story packs don't really count as proper expansions. But I mean, this might just be a question of terminology, but I think one of the big problems with that is that the story packs have actually had some of the most enjoyable additions in the game. They really add a lot of flavor, even if they're not adding something like, we're completely changing the way that the logistics of moving your navies go. So Apocalypse versus Leviathans, let's say. And I think there is a really difficult problem that game developers need to do in terms of asserting what their products are worth. And I have a feeling that making DLC go free after a certain period of time is a step in the wrong direction. That it makes people think that these are kind of cash grabs rather than, continued development and part of a way of playing the game. It's why I think in the end playing Paradox games is a lot more like hobby wargaming, right? You buy your source books, you buy your models. It's not uncommon in hobby wargaming to, keep buying a thing for your hobby every couple of months. And I have a feeling that Paradox is tapping into that model as opposed to what we would consider to be more traditional for video games. So anyways, that's my 2 or probably more like 3 cents. I'm not going to suggest that that's the only way you should think about it, but I think that's probably some of the tensions that you're seeing at play. But I do agree with you when you say there's a bit of a barrier to entry in terms of if you're the sort of person who has to have everything, you're going to look at a couple of $100 of DLC and say that that's too much. Actually, here's an interesting question. Uncle Cranky says, always fun to have electricians working on the house main switch box and no one being... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just going to take a quick second here. I want to see if I can see what the Stellaris... I actually just want to take a quick minute here and see what's going on with Stellaris. It says the Stellaris starter pack at 10% off. It's $100. That'll get you Stellaris, Utopia, Apocalypse, Leviathan, Synthetic Dawn. Interesting. I could have sworn that there was a complete edition. Alright, I won't spend too much time looking at it, but... After the power went out, you had a follow-up on the phone interview email assessment for this job that you applied for, which is very positive. You wandered across the road to the barbershop for a beard trim. Oh, excellent. Good luck on that, Uncle Cranky. Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. So again, we're going to go for the cheapest technology we can find, which in this case is Army Health. Not my favorite, if I'm going to be completely honest, but it's what I got. We're going to put more people onto Delcore, I think. Yeah, Delcore still has the largest number of available slots. I'm still holding out hope that the arcology is going to be done in a little over a month. So, now here's a quick question: Kaylee's got had dog steak carrot, no problem at all. I have heard how crazy they get. So, okay, so if I said declare war. Aha! So we only drag in the Othethi Empire. Interesting. I need to make sure that my ships are in position. But this is looking encouraging. I am kind of a jerk for taking that one. Oh, but I only need to wait one. I actually kind of want to take Fact if I can, but it's 81 influence, so that's going to be a while that I'm waiting. Johnny, do you remember Political Animals? I don't want to make people relive this terrible moment in the history of the stream, but I don't think I fully appreciated why you were asking for the dog character, but now I... Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna go into the L cluster and I'm gonna take a slightly different approach to this invasion. So this was the political, almost board game that I played, and it just so it was released in November of 2016. So I got a press key for it, and I thought it would be fun to play during the election. So it was. Again, it's a turn-based game where you're an animal, you're trying to win the election, and I'm like, okay, it's U.S. election day. We'll have a good time. We'll play a political board game. Johnny really pushed me to play the bulldog character, and he has every time he does a speech, you've got this sound of like mur 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 mur. And then everybody knows how the U.S. election of 2016 turned out. So instead of it being this like really fun, hey, we're all playing a fun little animal-themed political board game, it just suddenly became this like therapy session as the result is becoming more and more certain. And people were really feeling bad. So that was a difficult. I had a fun time with the game, but that was a challenging stream because there was definitely a very broad spectrum in terms of people's reactions. He went 4 days without an accident. He's had several today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kaylee Cakes. Minor technical advances combined with improved shipboard routines for handling munitions to provide a noticeable boost in fire rate. I will also admit too, like I was pretty much constantly looking at the returns, but I also like past a certain point, and this is the nice thing about being in political economy, right? I feel that for some people there was this period where it was like, well, this might come back. This might just be kind of scary, and it might go back. And like, well, I kind of thought once the guy in the red tie took the lead, it was kind of, I figured that was it. That wasn't based on any like major research, so I kind of had consigned myself to a new reality. While I think people, so like after a certain point, I just put it away. I'm like, okay, that's the result of the election. That's unexpected, but this is the world we live in now, and I'm going to focus on this cast. And I have a feeling that for some people, there was this back and forth about whether or not it would change, and that probably made it a lot harder than it otherwise would have been. Okay, I still need to figure out what I'm doing with this world. So I paid with crystals. Let's make another crystal refinery. Anyway, suffice to say, this November I'm not doing a political game. I really should be investing in
Ship
farms,
upgrades
but I know I'm not
applied.
actually going to get any of these city districts done. So I definitely need a fleet to get to this border. Although, okay, we've got the core and the ocean. Okay. The core is going to upgrade. The ocean is going to go on the secondary front. So basically, my major fleets are all going to be attacking from a different direction. So I've got one that's going to be coming through Wezin. I've got one that's going to be coming through Kuzam. I've got one that's going to be coming through the L Gate. Now, the big challenge about this one is that they've got a couple of strong fleets just hiding up in the sort of the upper area there. And if I don't unite the ships coming through the L Gate with my with my main fleet, there's going to be hell to pay. But we have a year before we arrive at our intended destination, so. By the way, political animals probably had a really hard time because of the time that they released. So if you've not checked out that game, I do recommend you take a look. It's public. So the developer is different from the publisher. The publisher is Positech Games, who did make Democracy 3, but they are just the publisher. It's not one of Klifsky's games, so it's different from Democracy 3. But I don't know. It was a fun ride. It was pretty charming. I definitely need to get back to it. But it was obviously it was one where it's like, hey, I'm gonna show your game to a bunch of people who are gonna be really enthusiastic about it, and it's topical. And then it's like, oh, it's too topical. People don't want to think about this stuff now. I'm sorry, I've just killed your game. So, well, I didn't kill it. You know what I mean, though. All right, I've been trying to kick the can down the road on this, so we've got. I think I'm gonna try and swing another refinery. So under another set of circumstances, this would be a breadbasket. But again, I need to have a number of districts to be able to keep the population going here, so. Graham. I think we have the same problem. At least in this case, we've got like lots of spare jobs that people can do, so. Yeah, let's get them refining. At some point, I'm going to need more volatile motes. The question is whether or not I'm going to need them right now. Let's go for the crystal plants for the time being. One thing I'm beginning to learn, and it's funny because Megacorps was so long ago, but I'm actually starting to learn that city districts are king. It seems like it should be that the raw materials are the thing that you actually want to put a lot of effort into. And yet I have found that I have had more situations where I sort of say, oh, if only I had a few more, you know, a few more pops, like a space for a few more pops. One thing I'm really learning is that a lot of these worlds that I want to turn into refinery worlds, I can't because I don't have enough sort of basic jobs for people to do to allow them to worry about you know, making more crystals or whatever. Okay, faction founded. New faction has been recently gaining traction in the internal political landscape of Jomar Limited, led by Blank. They call themselves Post-Meta Jomar Purity Bloc. Their members seek to assert the primacy of Meta Jomar species by curtailing the rights of aliens if necessary. Again, this faction always keeps dying out on its own, so I'm not too worried about them running through. I guess we're going to turn this one into a new administrative center, so who am I to argue with my past self? Let's get another administrative office up. So that's going to be a total of 3 jobs. They need 2 more. This gives me 2 clerks, I think. Yeah, so we'll build that. Strategic Coordination Center, Hull. The armored hull of the Strategic Coordination Center is complete, now housing the absolute cream of our military command. It is virtually impregnable, secure, and concentrated. And concentrated, they are able to devote their every waking hour to planning how to best defend our empire. Excellent. All right. I'm 5,000 alloys short of comms. I'm also going to need to pay like a dump truck of money to keep this thing active. Doesn't really look like much, does it? Anyways, against my better judgment. Oof. That's expensive. Alright. I may have to sell some of the furniture to... We'll see if I can get by with this deficit, but I know I just pissed off one of my factions because they want me to have, I think, like 5,000 or 10,000 in the bank. Yeah, the Progress
Research
Coalition.
concluded.
Mind you, they're not really... I'm not really worried about them as a faction anymore. Because I'm already, like, pissing them off in other ways. Alright, applied superconductivity. Minor improvements to transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. So again, that's the extra 5%. That's very welcome. Alright, and everything's... 101,218, so I might as well do the extra flash coolant, seeing as I've already got a head start on it. I think it was something like 4 months. We might be able to see these guys vanish into nothing if we look really close. So one of the things I'm keeping conscious about so like that's a really big upfront cost. One of the reasons I'm doing this though is that once the Strategic Coordination Center is online, that's going to give me access to more star bases, which I can then start putting down, you know, in these little spots with piracy problems. I'm also going to be able to soak up some of this spare trade that I'm just kind of letting sit around. So I have sort of the temporary pain that comes from while I'm waiting, let's get you to upgrade in the Juggernaut. Oh, come on. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, they are heading to the Juggernaut. That's fine. But yeah, so like I'm taking this near-term pain in order to make sure that I'm able to sort of ramp up my starbase capacity. In fact, we already have some capacity, so this probably isn't where I should be doing it, but I really want to grab that extra trade. So we're up to our 25. Again, I need to make sure that I have a little bit in place to defend it. I think this is the right call. There is, I mean, Hauer is a pretty strong candidate for a base as well. But what is it, 166? Yeah, actually this would have been better because this is only 110. Anyways, I will admit, I do kind of want to... Oh, you know what? These guys aren't even on the trade path. Yeah, I think I've just actually made my piracy problems worse with that setup. Oh well, all the more reason to get the Great Wonder underway. How long are we waiting? 10 years? Nope, because I'm going to go to War Miles. If I put these guys on patrol, if I put them on patrol, then they're not going to be able to come running across the border and destroy all my enemies' goodies. All right, so obviously I built too many ships in the river. So apparently I built 45 corvettes. Why would I do a thing like that? I'd love to add more ships to it, but here's the question. How long does it take me to get to the L gate? 241. How long does it take me to get to the front lines? 574. Yeah, half the time. Hello, L gate. So basically what's going to be happening, we're going to... Well, like that, it's kind of like any other question that you run into, Stellaris. Like, what I gain from the trade is energy credits and consumer goods. Now, I'm drowning in consumer goods. And I'm doing okay for energy credits. Now, it is going to be a pain when they start spawning extra pirates, but generally I have found that I'm able to move enough units through the area for other reasons that I haven't felt the need to have a dedicated patrol. And given the fact that I'm over my naval capacity, one of the things that I need to keep in mind... Now again, I don't think the math actually works out on this. I think it would still be better for me to make a side fleet to manage the piracy. But basically, I have right now an added 1% maintenance cost in terms of extra ships. And of course, as I keep adding more and more ships, the more of a cost I'm going to have for that. So the question is, is it worth it to build all of these extra ships so I can send them through and pay the extra maintenance costs, or is it just to say, I got a big empire, it's the cost of doing business. This is a problem I will deal with later when I have the added starbase capacity. And at the moment, my feeling is that it's better for, I am very much of the opinion that my navy exists to conquer lands, not to police my trade routes. I generally prefer to build trade infrastructure that is a little bit more secure against pirates, and it just so happens that I had to build my star bases in a slightly different pattern than what I normally would, and so I just have to pay the consequences. But this is much less of a problem than it was back when I was seeing myself go to negative consumer goods. I've essentially outproduced the piracy problem, and so we've actually said that it's as far as a cost to my attention and a cost to my to have my navy focused on other things, I actually just accept piracy as the cost of doing business. Careful tuning of pain receptors allows soldiers to fight through what would previously have been debilitating injuries. So that extra starbase capacity is looking really healthy right now. So, I mean, this is why I've got weird stuff here, like, Grugmora, Acer, Yidra, and Seuvis, Thabit. Like, you very rarely see this many star bases all packed together like this, but this is actually a really convenient way to get rid of the piracy problem by just building star bases on them. Apparently their whole plan to upgrade the Juggernaut just flew right by them. Or upgrade in the Juggernaut.
Research concluded.
Advances in miniaturization allow for more rapid
Ship
loading and
upgrades
discharging of
applied.
rocket-propelled payloads. All right. Again, going for the cheapest tech. I've tended to say the best offense is a good... Sorry, the best defense is a good offense. But everything's at level 3 now. So I'm not going to do defensive platform hull points because my fortresses have actually kind of... They're a little bit further back. For some reason, I have a really odd love affair with Strikecraft. You know what? The core is like my primary fleet. What are they packing? It's a lot of energy. Excuse me. Actually, I didn't think that they were going to be packing that much energy. Okay. I can see some sense to kinetic weapon attack speed. I've been definitely hitting the... I've definitely been hitting the energy weapons hard. Wow, they're still ready for more upgrades. I'll happily keep cranking out more upgrades for these guys, seeing as they're already so close to the front line. Or actually, the ocean's 188 days away. We might be late to the party. But that's fine, though, because these guys are still going to go through the L gate, so... I don't have much hope for... And of course, my allies may still prevent me from actually being able to do this... from being able to do this war. I'm assuming I'm still not allowed to kick out... Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest, I have a sneaking suspicion this war isn't gonna happen. Post-meta Jomar Primacy Vanguard. I get so bored waiting for these guys to fold that I keep missing their recreation. This is the exact same faction that just keeps coming up over and over again. It's my black sites are doing their job. What I can, speaking of doing my job, I can redistribute some of my workers back to Delcor, though. So I'm not getting quite as twitchy as I used to about some of the distribution. I know that in the end, Waleas has an insatiable appetite for labor. So if I get in trouble, that's my get out of jail free card. But as it is, like Yidra Secundus, again, 18 jobs. I should actually take a minute here. Yeah, they're already working on that. You are heading towards the front line, so that's good. Right, actually this is an important one because this is all specialized work. Oh no, sorry, it isn't. But I don't have a good answer for housing, so... Before I worry about advanced research facilities, I should probably deal with where everybody's gonna live. The Eyes of Sin, lovely to see you as always. How are you doing? For those of you who don't know her, well, I am always
Research concluded.
I'm always a little wary to recommend her Twitch channel, and it's the thing that makes me a little worried is just the idea that it might seem like I'm quietly pressuring her to start streaming again, which I would love. Don't get me wrong. I've already kind of had bread and circuses all over the empire, so in this case I'll just take the money from selling the consumer goods. But she is actually somebody who is incredibly charming to watch on stream. She's someone who's probably better known for doing my emotes. And I'll put those in here. There are some more coming along as well. And then on top of that, she has got a coffee page, which it occurred to me that even though I keep my browser closed, I can still find it. One of the reasons I'm going to take a minute to talk about this is that the Eyes of Sin, in my opinion, is very good at the art that she does, and I'll say this across a few dimensions. So one, I really like the visual style of the emotes that she has done, and it's the sort of thing that I actually want to think a bit more about how I can lean into, and some other ways that I can make more of that. But that's not the only type of art that she does. She's done this really wonderful sort of pixel artish type of art. She's very good at little sketches. I actually really like kind of this whole world that she's made in terms of just the different drawings. The small reptile with a particular fondness for hallucinogens, to fruit with eyes on it, to sort of her representation of herself. She's gotten a drawing tablet recently, and so she's been able to do a little bit more in terms of... she's done a little bit more in terms of something that maybe people would recognize a bit more in terms of sketch art. But just overall, I think she has a very unique perspective, and I say that both in terms of visuals as well as just a way of looking at the world. And it's one that I've benefited a lot from. When I've not been feeling great, she's actually done a very good job of sort of sharing some stuff that makes me feel a bit better. And the reason why I point this out is she did a bit of a sales pitch to that coffee page. But she also kind of sold herself short in terms of the idea of other people who are deserving and whatnot. It is important to remember that the Eyes of Sin, this is how she makes a living. She does voice acting, she does emotes. In fact, she's available for commissions. So if you go to her Twitter account, if you're looking to get some emotes for your channel, or you know somebody who's looking for them, she is available for hire. But if you just want to see her stuff, and also if you want to support her stuff, the amount that coffee is gonna cost, I think, is about $3 for one of them. I would encourage you guys to check it out. I mean, just check it out because the art is nice. But if you have the means of supporting her, I definitely encourage you to take the opportunity, because it's very common for us to kind of expect that stuff for free. It's one of these things that, because a lot of artists are trying to get their name out, we sort of don't necessarily assign a dollar value to that kind of work. But, you know, one of the things that I noticed, like, as soon as Sin talked about who's deserving, like, I kind of had to ask the question, it's like, well, you know, why isn't she the one who's deserving? Why is somebody else more deserving of financial support than her? So, I mean, one, I would encourage you guys to check it out because it's fun to see stuff and it's nice to just share stuff that you enjoy. I think that's the main reason why you guys should check it out. But for those of you who do have the means of supporting her, I do actually want to give you guys some credit. A few of you did actually take up that challenge, and I appreciate it very much because I know, there's no obligation. You don't get like brownie points for doing it. It is purely because you want to see someone trying to make a go of it as with their art. It's really just kind of giving them that little affirmation saying, I want you to keep going for it, and I hope you do well. And it means quite a lot to me that you guys are supporting the art that I get quite a bit out of. So that's a little bit about Sin anyway. She is a very kind and a very, in my view, very talented individual who I think is very, very much worth your support and your attention. Oh, not at all. You're a fancy lady. I actually, it's easy for me to talk this stuff, but I actually need to send a coffee. It's been a while since I've sent that recently. New developments in tech cooling regularly surface, improving the stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships on which they are mounted. So bonus attack speed for the energy weapons. We can do... Let's just do more energy weapon damage at this point. I mean, one thing that's worth mentioning too, like when I talk about Sin's perspective as well, I don't want to, there's been a bunch of really wonderful people who've come into the channel today, so I don't want the fact that I'm able to wax poetic about one mean that, that means that I really like that person versus just kind of okay liking someone else. Kaylee Cakes, Uncle Cranky, Johnny Big Time, The Eyes of Sin, even people who just regularly watch my stuff. Obviously I've been talking about other content creators, and one of the reasons why I have that focus, obviously, is that there's a certain rhetoric on Twitch where everything is like the best ever. And if everything is the best ever, then nothing is the best ever. And so, to my mind, I have a harder sales job of convincing you to... Like, I know out of the number of people who are watching the channel right now, only a fraction of those people are going to click on that coffee link to look at her art, not to support her, not to do anything else, but just to simply get someone to go from watching my stuff to checking out Kaylee Cakes, watching my stuff to taking a second to look at Eyes of Sin's art, watching my stuff, getting them to go check out Uncle Cranky. There's only ever going to be a fraction of people who ever do that. And so, it's not just because I obviously really like talking, and it's a convenient way to it's a convenient way to get over the silences. But I think there's a more important function, which is to give people a reason to check this stuff out. I know that, not everybody's necessarily going to have the same tastes that I do. Some of the stuff that I like, other people may not like. But again, we're at a point now where everybody, for either social pressure or because, they're a bigger streamer and they want somebody else's attention to, they want attention for one reason or another. Actually, the Guys of Sin kind of has someone in particular in mind that I'm thinking of. But there's lots of reasons why people are going to be making these kinds of claims, and in the end, people's time is valuable, right? You don't want to spend your time looking at something that isn't your thing. And so the best that I can do is give people a broad idea about why they should check it out. In the end, they can decide whether or not it's really for them. But if I just say to somebody, hey, Eyes of Sin's kind of cute, and if I can get 3 of you to donate a coffee, she might send me some photos on Snapchat. That doesn't really give you any reason to look at her stuff. If, on the other hand, I say, with all honesty, the Eyes of Sins, by the way, she doesn't do that, so that's just in case I start a rumor. To give you an idea in terms of what I mean when I talk about the Eyes of Sins perspective, when we were playing After Party, or no, it wasn't After Party, it was, I guess it was Planetfall we were playing. But I was talking a little bit about how I got a lot more out of Subnautica after talking with Sin sort of in private, like off cast, because she has a great appreciation and love of nature. In fact, I know that she recently conducted a frog rescue mission because one of them decided to make a small detour in her home. So, the reason why I mentioned that, it seems like a really small thing, but the fact that I've been able to get to know her a little bit better and, again, to sort of take a look at her art and sort of see the world through her eyes, to see, again, that perspective, both in terms of a one-on-one conversation as well as a visual aids in terms of the fact that she's quite talented as a drawer, artist, somebody who can put pen to paper. The kind of environmental themes and the way I played Subnautica was quite different from the way that I did originally, and part of that was just because of a different way of
completed.
Thinking about it. I think in the end I wound up appreciating the themes of Subnautica quite a bit more as a result of seeing Sin's stuff, and that's it's, in my view, that's pretty precious. I think there's something to be said for the kind of art or the kind of experiences that enhance things that you already enjoy. And so, sort of for that reason, I really, I don't know, I really like shouting out Sin stuff because it's hard to encapsulate that kind of an experience just saying, oh, go check out this Ko-fi page and donate if you can. In the end, because I've enjoyed stuff more, having engaged with her, and this is true of other people as well, in the end, I'm able to appreciate games more. And sort of to my view, one of the reasons why I think it's important to shout that stuff out, on top of the fact that obviously there are going to be people who are looking for emotes, given the fact that some of the stuff that I do is sharing games that I enjoy and, my perspective on them, there is something to be said for the fact that, if I'm going to have a deeper appreciation of a particular game as a result of, a conversation with the Eyes of Sin, in the end, it winds up making my content a bit better than it otherwise would have been. So those are a few reasons why I like doing shoutouts the way that I do. It gives people a more tangible reason to check that stuff out. The immense logistical support networks needed to maintain an upgraded starbase can be further improved, allowing us to support more of these stations. Oh, that's sweet of you, Kaylee Cakes. I will also say, too, clearly, Sin's art style works well because the whole drawing faces on statues, I think she was the one to come up with that, actually. That really worked for me. Okay, let's boost the naval capacity because even though I've got some more star bases coming online, I have a feeling it's not going to be fast enough. Both Yidra Secundus and Delcor have too many people. But I'm just going to try and build my way out of that problem rather than try and work around it. All right, so Delcor is going to have a huge headache as far as being cramped goes. So we're -4. Oh, actually, you know what? I just need one more city district, and they're good. I feel a little nervous getting rid of the agriculture, but I think this will work out.
Construction completed.
Yeah, not at all. Like I said, if I just say Eyes of Sin's cool, you guys should check her out. I know people are not going to get the same experience that I do. All right, I'm really hoping we can get this war underway before the end of the stream. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't redo the name of or the backstory for this species. Again, I'm sort of against the gun in terms of just the time that I have for streaming tonight, because I really am feeling the consequences of some rough nights in terms of getting a proper sleep, and I know work is going to be demanding a lot of me in the next little while, so what I'm trying to do right now is hold off a potential kind of a potential crash, because this week in particular, again, I've not actually gotten the official word about this sort of thing happening. Some of you will know what I'm talking about, but I am going to be doing a stream on Twitch. Or not on Twitch. I'm doing a stream on Twitch right now. A stream on Steam. And those tend to be very good because they're really large audiences. But they also tend to go very long. So it's one of these cases where that's going to be happening Wednesday. So again, Wednesday stream is going to be off because we're going to be over on Steam. But if I put everything into streaming tonight when I'm already feeling a little I'm just happy I haven't completely had the wheels fall off the Empire at this point. I know if I try and go 120% today, and I have a bad day at work tomorrow, then when it comes time to perform on Steam, it's I'm potentially putting that at risk. You're up till 4 a.m. You think you were still up when you got off? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I know I was watching... I kind of had your stuff on in the background. I don't know if I chatted with you. The problem is I also have my this is such a bad habit. I have my laptop on my bed, and so if I forget to turn off the wireless mouse, it if I just roll over, all of my stuff goes online, and if somebody wants to send me a message, if I'm at a particularly light moment in my sleep, I get a ding, and then all of a sudden I don't have a full night's sleep anymore. But yeah, no, I was definitely up quite late, so. All right, loader efficiency 3, minor technical advances combined with improved shipboard routines for handling munitions to provide a noticeable boost in fire rates. There's only one cheap option. I don't really need planetary build speed, although had I built that earlier, we wouldn't have had the unemployment problems we would have on Woleus. By the way, Sin, actually, this is the opposite of the stuff that you're interested in, but you might be interested to know that we have completely paved over one of our worlds. All right, I think we're in position. So let's see if my good-for-nothing Federation. Oh, hang on. Before I do that. Ooh, I get more claims. All right, let's take Reshel. Oh man, I can take even more? As much as I would like to add one of these to the expansion pack, this is a defensible position. These are not. Oh, and I never finished working. Now I'm remembering this. Yeah, I actually feel kind of bad about that because I really wanted to see you, and it's occurred to me I've not actually seen you and Jacob have a proper like stream together. I've seen him in the background during your streams. I've seen him. Wait, I did do the declare war, right? All right, let's see where the vote goes. Okay, the consolidated Klaxonin commonality. I need either the Great Estwani polity
We
or
have
the Rexar.
exhausted all diplomatic
Yes!
options.
But yeah, this is the funny thing. Like, I kind of see Jacob kind of on the periphery of your stream rather than in it. So I'm rather disappointed at myself for not seeing it. I completely forgot what systems I just claimed. Let me take a quick minute here. Okay, so I definitely want Katana. Okay, so, right. All of this. Ah, crap. I should have tried to... No, actually, that's fine. I know exactly how I'm handling this, so... You can stop what you're doing, and then these three fleets come crashing through the L Gate and ruin everyone's day. How you doing, Bast Worshipper? Alright, so same idea as before. We want to try and cause as much damage as possible to claim as many territories as we can. I screwed up. I definitely need to take this before the Great Estwani polity. The Afghano Citizens Alliance is still trying to figure it out. But yeah, Great Estwani polity was okay with it. That's actually the one nice thing about keeping the Estwani in the faction is that they're probably more likely to want to go to war with these guys. So I kind of messed up because I want to try and add docile to my space, not theirs. It may be that they get the precedent. Let's see. Also, let's not neglect our habitation. I think I'm going to switch over to Yidra Secundus for a bit, because Delcor is in a bit of a bind in terms of its housing. Actually, no, that's not true. I solved the Delcor housing problem. Okay, this is as it should be. The thing I'm really looking to avoid here is any losses of ships. What I also need to do is make sure that I have... Alright, so the river. Perfect example of something that So I'm going to focus on the fleet window. The problem with that is I potentially wind up forgetting about the home front, and then I wind up with a bunch of unemployment. But what I want to be doing right now is just pouring all over their precious planets so that I can kind of just present them with a done deal. Yeah, unfortunately that counts for my allies, despite the fact it was Jomar Blood that took that system. I would recommend that you go to Stellaris, the Stellaris wiki, so you can actually get it directly within the game, or you can just go to the Paradox Wiki site or Google the Stellaris wiki. So there are YouTubers and there are Twitch streamers who have done sort of their top tier lists, but I am of the belief that if you build a man a fire, you keep him warm for a day, and if you set a man on fire, you keep him warm for the rest of their life. So what you can get if you go to the Stellaris wiki is this has all of the DLC listed and the order in which they were released. And so if you click on it, it'll actually tell you, when you take a look under expansion features, or if you are not into the whole reading thing, you can actually just take a look at the feature spotlight. But it actually divides between the free features and the expansion features. So Guardians, Enclaves, War in Heaven, those are things that you paid for in Leviathans, whereas the Horizon Signal and whatnot, that was part of the freebie. Teach a man to fish, feed him for a day. Don't teach a man to fish, feed yourself. He's a grown man. Fishing's not that hard. I haven't actually seen all the Parks and Recreation, but I definitely do like Ron Swanson. But yeah, so basically the way that it works, so Stellaris is probably a bit easier to get a broad stroke in terms of what a given DLC does. So it sort of has this tick-tock pattern. So generally it goes like a story pack, then a major expansion, and you'll notice that they actually list them that way. So story pack tends to add quite a bit of flavor. You'll notice that they cost a bit less than the expansions. Again, I really try and push back against this feeling that story packs are the lesser valued DLC. Monetarily they are. But like, for instance, when Distant Stars came out, everybody was like, oh, just another story pack. But the fact of the matter is that I had pretty much gotten to a point where I knew what every single event was, what the outcomes were. And Distant Stars really breathed new life into the game. I do have a bit of a feeling, and I think there's a consensus around Utopia is one of the must-haves. I think it definitely added quite a bit to the game. But one of the reasons why I really encourage people to like click on these DLC and see what what features they're getting is when you think about it, like Synthetic Dawn. So like Utopia gives you the hive mind Gestalt consciousness, and Synthetic Dawn gives you the different AIs. So if you're not really into the robot empire, Synthetic Dawn's probably not going to do quite as much as Utopia would. Whereas if you want to play a hive mind, and you love the idea of maybe playing the many from System Shock or something like that, you'll probably want to be all over Utopia. Or if you want to make a Death Star, you pretty much know you're going to wind up wanting to buy Apocalypse. Or if you want the Juggernaut, you want to buy Federations. But the thing is that I very frequently say that Stellaris is the big thing about Stellaris that makes it so interesting is that it's a this big sandbox in which to tell all of your own science fiction stories. And so one of the things that, I need to reconsider this whole idea of trying to take them in that system. I think I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit while I wait for my reinforcements to show up. Again, the aim here is to try and keep the losses to a minimum. But yeah, like I could give you what? Are you serious? Ugh, stupid Econo. I may want to reconsider this approach of taking the systems now. I can give you my list of stuff that I really enjoyed. But I think it's I think it's probably more worthwhile to equip people to be able to say, here's a set of things that I think are interesting in this game. If, diplomacy doesn't do things for you, you're probably not going to get as much out of federations as I do. If you really want to build the Doomsday ship, you clearly need to get Apocalypse, and you probably need to get Apocalypse more than you need Utopia. Wow, they're running. Interesting. So, with that in mind, that's probably my best recommendation for you. And the broadest strokes that I can give you is that if you're looking for more of the same and some added flavor, do not undervalue the story packs. The story packs actually add, especially on just kind of a price to content ratio. I feel like the story packs tend to punch above their
Knowledge
weight.
is the key to the universe.
But once you do that, I think probably what you should focus on is just sort of say, well, what do I want to explore? It's kind of like playing Crusader Kings. I wanted to play a Merchant Republic before I wanted to play a Caliphate, and so I got the Republic before I got Sword of Islam. Sword of Islam was a ton of fun. It's a very good DLC, but I always tend to find that these games are best when you're deciding what you think is most interesting, and you take it from there. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser. Yeah, there's a difference between looking at Steam and looking at the wiki, though, right? Because it's the difference between the stuff you get for free and the stuff that you pay for. But yeah, I mean, beyond that, I would just have to say, what are you interested in? Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. So we're back to normal prices for things because we've got enough admin cap, although of course that's going to be going away as soon as we start stealing planets. I'm going to go for the shield hit points because that is a little more military oriented. I also want to get a quick idea about any kinds of effects. So we've got shield nullification and Zaffa. That's actually good for me because I have a lot of shields. And then there's Nebula near Menjusana. That is not so good. Okay, what passed? We passed. Okay, cool. There's no more slavery. Well, we banned it. I don't know if that means that there isn't anymore, but yeah, well, I mean, there's different ways of approaching it. Like, some people are completionists, and they just have to have the best version of everything. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you kind of know that you're going to be paying a price for that. Crap. I really don't want to be giving the Akano anything more. All right, this was a mistake. Come on. But if you're not in a completionist mode, then I just tend to find that following my interests, again, just like Crusader Kings and whatnot, is where to go. So if you've read Foundation recently, or if you've read, or maybe if you've watched Alien, that might inspire a particular set. So like even my own playthroughs, right? We've seen how, depending on the species that I'm playing, I'll wind up with a bunch of I'll wind up with a totally new story, and in these cases I don't actually have a pre-written species. What I tend to do is I know a DLC is coming out. I know I usually have an hour at the start of a stream to get the get the details out. And so I just kind of improv based on whatever whatever the main theme of the new DLC is. I really enjoy playing that way. But of course, my priorities have been driven by the fact that Paradox has released this new version of the game, and that, is given a key for promotional purposes. So I've never gotten an email from Paradox that says something like, okay, you really need to play a Federation because of the Federation's DLC. But let's face it, right? Like, if you have a DLC called Federations, you probably want to try the Federations. Because I'm at the sort of the front of the new DLC that comes out, that's going to affect the way that I play. If, on the other hand, I'm just trying to think of the right way to put it. Like, if I was playing like when I started with Crusader Kings, where I'm slowly filing in all of the DLC over time, I would look at it a very different way. At that point, it would sort of be like, what fantasy am I interested in right now? Do I want to be Charlemagne, or do I want to be, a Viking? So, but yeah, Stellaris is a really enjoyable game on its own, and I do think it's not a bad way to learn the game to just pick a DLC that you think is interesting. And man, I'm giving the Econo all this free stuff. Well, that's fine. I just need to find a way to subjugate the Econo Citizen Alliance. Following their recent sensor sweep in the Reshel system, Admiral Dagoth learned how to deploy their units to maximize the sensor range. Few fleet commanders possess the skill to carry out such complex maneuvers. He's gained the scout trait. If that's the end of where the Econo are going... Nah, you know what? I'm just gonna... I'll do these, but I know I'm gonna wind up doing something I regret if I keep going down that path. Alright, we'll reactivate the relic. We have swept our space using the strong scanning beam of the Surveyor relic, and a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified in Walfrid 6. So, 9 engineering. That's welcome. But yeah, also the idea of like spending the time that the game deserves. Like in the end, it's a game that you own, right? Like the game deserves exactly the amount of time that you're willing to put into it, no more, no less. I really like this game, but it's pretty clear that it is a fairly demanding game on your time, and I don't think people should feel bad about saying, I want to play more of this, but I just kind of wish that they would, kind of wish it wouldn't take so long to get through a game. I mean, in my case, I definitely, take my time. So the only reason it takes long is because of the way that I play. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of I think people should just follow their interests and not worry so much about what other people are doing. Sorry, I'm getting really close to the wrapping up time, and it's clear that I'm becoming a little less coherent as time goes by. I don't like phoning in the streams, but sometimes I definitely don't like canceling streams unless it's a holiday or I'm legitimately sick and cannot do it. But I do know that some streams are better than others, quality-wise. Improving fleet management procedures will free up resources needed to maintain a bigger fleet. So we're actually finally within our limits. Hello, it's Huge. How you doing? All you really need are 28-hour days. If days were just 4 hours longer, you'd get more done. Yeah, that sounds like hell to me. I just think I'd be very, very tired if I had to add another four hours of activity. This is why I actually really like... So, Uncle Cranky knows my bit about The Sims. The thing that's really neat about The Sims is, as far as gamifying a reasonably good insight in terms of human behavior, The Sims does a really good job of it, even the first one. So the thing that's great about The Sims is that if you look at, like, the user interface, it's not all that different from the first game to Sims 4. Now, obviously, it's a lot more polished. There's more you can do in The Sims 4, but, like, somebody familiar with The Sims 1, or sorry, somebody familiar with The Sims 4 could probably play The Sims 1 without too much difficulty. But as far as the gameplay is concerned, it's really about, how do you manage your time? If you can manage it well, your sim is happy and you do well. If you don't manage your time, you wind up unhappy or you don't achieve your goals. I could not possibly think of a more relatable theme for a game, right? Who hasn't had this experience? And on top of that, there's a wonderful kind of anti-consumerist message in The Sims, because of course you get your money and you build a new house and you get new things to fill in your house, but that's just more things that demand your time, and it actually becomes harder to keep your sim happy the more possessions you get. Some do, like some things, you get the easel and you're able to do a great painting or whatever. But it's really interesting the way that The Sims is built. And I think that's actually really deliberate. But everybody loves being like, oh, I don't play mobile games, or I don't like The Sims isn't a core gaming experience. But The Sims is a lot better than I think people give it credit for. And I mean, it sells like hotcakes, so but I guess what I'm saying is I'm really jealous of Will Wright for coming up with The Sims. Although it was EA that actually saved The Sims. Maxis was ready to give up on it. All right, because I'm a little short on food, I don't normally like doing stuff like this, but I think I'm gonna get the extra food. Assembly algorithms 2, right, this was the planetary build speed, and the application of game and puzzle theory has the potential to greatly optimize modular assembly and construction. So defense platform is the cheap, well, or minerals. I'll go for the defense platforms. I should keep my eyes on the fleets, although I have a feeling there's going to be some unemployment problems I need to deal with before too long. So I got to be careful with these fleets here, because I suspect there's about 70k of fleet strength hiding in one of these nebula. So of course this is the nice thing about the situation we're in right now. I am I'm slowly gobbling up all the planets that I want. And what's going to be particularly tasty is I'm going to be able to cross over into some of their really valuable territories. But if I want, I'm also going to be able to hold at S-Mike and just heal. The only thing that I'm mad about is that I just wound up giving so much to the Econo for nothing, basically. Alright, I am going to realign my workers. How's Delcor doing? You know what? I think I'm gonna just put the last 5 onto Delcor, and then we can figure the rest out as we go. Okay, so Delcor's full up. That's good. Again, had I not made the Ecumenopolis, I probably would have started closing down some of my robot assembly plants. But given the fact that we're going to have so many more jobs to fill, It seems to me like we still want to keep those things running and boost our numbers. Actually, speaking of, how are we doing economy-wise? So, 18,681. That feels smaller than it should be. But we have finally overcome our rival. Okay, so we're definitely ahead. This is definitely the point where I become a big jerk. Alright, I got no idea what I want to do with this. I think I'm going to build a chemical plant, and this is because I know I'm going to be able to build extra buildings here. Alright. So again, usual plan, take as many planets as we can effectively for free. Try and deny our allies from being able to claim some sectors. I really blew it here. I should have seen what their claims were. And the hope will be that we can basically white peace it. If I achieve war goals, then that's going to give all of my allies what they want. I don't actually want my allies to get stronger. I want my allies to have just enough to... I want my allies kind of have enough to keep the...
War has been declared.
Ooh, what's going on here? I kind of want to be able to keep things going as far as the as far as my advancement are concerned, but I want to make sure that I get my diplomatic power that lets me sort of throw my weight around in the Federation. Okay, so we are missing a war goal. But I'm not allowed to set it because I'm not the main defender. Okay, I'm not at all worried about this because it is the Istwani who are going to bear the brunt of that attack. Okay, the sail is healed, so we're fine there. The League of Interlinked Systems has declared war on our ally, the Great Istwani polity. Fine. And the Shapa have arrived. So this is one nice thing about the Raxar entity. Normally we're not very compatible, but what's great is because they keep taking over these systems. There are a bunch of refugees that flee the entity, and they wind up in my systems. So I wind up getting a bunch of free pops from having an ally take over regions of space. I wonder if I can get an idea of what the claims are. But yeah, once this is done, I actually need to combine all of my fleets and start going into the nebula, because we don't actually know whether or not they've combined all of their fleets and are just waiting for us in Hazra.
Construction completed.
All right, what are we looking at here? This was specifically to deal with piracy. So we'll start with a hangar. This time I'm actually going to do an anchorage, although I know I'm going to have to invest a little bit more in suppressing piracy. I do want to try and get that fleet cap where it needs to be. So I'll move these guys up to Savik. Now, one of the problems I'm running into is I'd actually really like to have somebody take these last few systems. The problem is it means that one of my main fleets is not available for a major assault on the Menjusanin. Yeah, so you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure that all of the planets have been secured. I definitely want to make sure that my war goals are all tidied up. But if I can avoid fighting their main fleet, that is a pretty sweet deal. So landing, we're definitely landing. Vimas has got a planet, so we need to make sure we claim that. I wish I had a slightly easier way of knowing which ones had... I guess it's if there's like a little dot on them. So like Potap is one that has a planet. I'm going to be really happy that we'll have the second L gate. But again, the really important thing that I'm trying to keep in mind on this war is not, like, there's no doubt about whether or not we're going to win, right? These guys have inferior fleet power. They're already in, or they were in a war. I guess they're not anymore. This is going to be a piece of cake for us to deal with. The real question is, how are we going to, in this case, I think I'm just going to take some more systems off of them. They're definitely not going to arrive on time, so I might as well take some of the more remote ones and hope that the Econo don't have a claim on them. So what I'm trying to do right now is make sure that I'm able to claim these worlds without necessarily...
Our forces are making planetfall.
Without necessarily giving up anything in terms of my navies. So if I can avoid having a big epic fight against their main force, and it's just the sheer fact that I have such a large navy and that we're rolling over all of their planets, that's going to mean a lot more in terms of my overall gains. It means that I don't need to dedicate a whole bunch of alloys towards repairing my broken fleets, and I can instead put those alloys towards building megastructures. I think I'm going to do something risky here. I'm actually going to take the Juggernaut, and I'm going to send them to claim some extra worlds. So the problem is if the AI is very crafty and they're moving their big, scary fleets around the edge and are pulling this kind of a move, then the Juggernaut gets caught out and we potentially lose it. But I much prefer the idea of having an overwhelming force moving into the nebula to potentially deal with any enemies that emerge. It's also very important that I don't white peace too early, because if I don't actually get a proper claim on the systems, then I'm not gonna win. Or, well, I mean, I'll not get the stuff that I should be getting. Ah, god damn it. Well, that'll be fun. The Econo can figure out what they want to do with that. You know what? You could just go upgrade. Oh god, no. What are you doing? Take the long way around, please. So again, I feel safe moving the armies around the back lines here because we've more or less secured all of the areas. The one exception, of course, would be Fact, which the Juggernaut's on its way to claiming. I'm not 100% sure about this strategy, by the way, because the Juggernaut moves so slow, but I'm not really in a rush either. It's going to take us a while to get to Vimas, and if I get impatient, I can always move these fleets back. Alright, we probably have unemployment to deal with, so I'm actually already at the time that I was going to finish at, but let's see if I can wrap up if I can start and finish the war in one stream, I'm going to feel particularly pleased with myself, so let's see how far we can go. So again, here I'm really just taking advantage of all of these surplus robot assembly plants.
Engaging hostile
there
forces.
are some refugees which are helping me out with this as well. I'm going to pause, I want to see how the battle goes. I screwed up. Yidris Secundus is going to have so much unemployment. No, hang on. Yidris Secundus is the one with a lot of space. They still have room for 14. But yeah, so basically I have a bunch of planets which are deliberately generating unemployment, on top of course, of all of the migration that's happening. And this is one of the ways that I've been able to kick up my economy quite a bit, which is to have more bodies come in to help us with the extra work. Yeah, something tells me this will not be a hard battle. The aim, of course, is always to avoid losing the ships. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. Our cheapest tech is the extra energy, so I'll take that. Transgenic crops offer the nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. So again, we're really on a knife's edge as far as food is concerned, but I do have some options available if I feel like that's becoming a threat. I think I'm going to go for the extra edict duration just because we now are getting some edicts which have some unity costs. I also, given the fact that we're generating some surplus for the Empire Sprawl, I might want to consider, not policies, edicts. I might want to consider going over my edict capacity. I need to double check exactly what the costs for that are going to be, but I can see a couple of worlds in which that makes sense. Additional layers of armor plating within the structure itself improves the resilience of military stations. So here, let's do... Oh man, everything's got... well, I do like my strike craft. Alright, Seuvis. So... this is a real bummer. You know what? I don't normally do this, but I am going to replace one of the energy generators with housing. Yidris Secundus... yeah. Oh, actually, this might push me into... Nope, we're sticking with the plan. Vanico, I think I'm still going to keep on the administrative path. I have some ideas about how I'm going to use the extra Empire Sprawl. I do need to start thinking about how I'm going to handle my my food, though. I might make some hydroponics farms if I feel particularly desperate. Lots of exotic gases. Let's do chemical plants. We'll upgrade the capital. This is a place just begging to be turned into a ecumenopolis. I need to come up with 2 more jobs for these guys. And I'll admit, I'm still not 100% sure about where I'm going with this, but I'm going to give them another hollow theater. Kind of like the idea of this becoming another cultural center. Alright, it's getting a little rickety as far as the infrastructure is concerned. I've kind of been ignoring it for too long. Galactic Community, they want to repeal the moderate administrative sanctions. Absolutely not. Again, I was opposed to sanctions way back when I wasn't on the council, but the times have changed. We must change with them.
I would never want to belong to any club.
Savagely, FZ? Sorry, I am not very good with names. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying this enough to want to see it again. I am definitely feeling the effects of a lack of sleep, but we're getting through it. Savage Life GFZ. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah, okay, LY. I get it now. Hey! It only took them being bombarded by us to come more to our side. Following a long period of growing support for the Alien Justice Network, the Cooperative of Menjusana has finally embraced the faction, adopting their core values and policies. As a result of bringing this faction into their government, they have become more outwardly xenophilic. See, all you gotta do is drop bombs on some communist space mushrooms. I think these guys actually used to be spiritualist xenophobes. You know, we just give them some freedom lasers, and they start thinking like us. I definitely want to try and subjugate these guys if I can. But again, I want to take worlds off them first. We need to make sure that we get our armies and land on Bleg before we try and do any kind of treaty. Speaking of, let's get that done now. Oh, I'm paused. Jesus. Oh man, look at all those fighters. That's a thing of beauty. Holy crap! Oh, we lost 2 corvettes. I do actually read these things. I'm specifically looking for when we lose ships. It's easier to get them repaired right away. What I think I'm going to do here, rather than try anything too fancy, I'm actually going to get people to go into orbit, because this will eventually heal, and it's going to be something that we can... It's going to be something that we can repair at. Has our bling worn off? No, it is not. So we just drove down the cost of bling. Cador. Oh god, what am I doing with you, Cador? I'm creating 5 jobs with the power of malls. No, I'm not. I'm upgrading you to a planetary capital. And it looks like I really want to turn this into an ecumenopolis. I don't think I have the time or the resources to make as many ecumenopoli as I'm claiming I will. But we'll definitely give it a try. Alright, so there's still some distance for a white piece. I might actually have to invest in a sterner military excursion. Not my favorite option, but so it says they're at full health and armor. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 of the fleets and I'm going to send them to Zafra. Now Zafra is one that we actually have a small advantage on because of our extra beam weapons. There's 2 really important steps to this though. One, the combined forces of the Menjusanen fleet are about equivalent to the sail. So I don't want to get suddenly pounced on by an equal fleet, because then I'm going to lose more ships than I need to. On the other hand, I don't want to just sit idle and not take S-Mike. And so in the case of S-Mike, I need to make sure that I keep a fleet that can hold its own while reinforcements arrive. I need to make sure that the armies are taken care of. So in this case, the majority of ships are going to be going on these excursions, because I might be tempted to actually try and make a run on Menjusana. It's in a nebula, so it's the danger zone, but we might be able to make it work. Savage says, being a fanatic xenophobe is a grind because you can't trade, no access to the marketplace, and no allies. I got enthralled by an overwhelming rising empire. I was at minus 2k energy, minus 2k minerals for so long because that's what the rising empire wanted. You grinded for 3 days straight to get your economic depression positive. I've definitely had moments like that. A couple of them on stream, actually, but nothing quite as dramatic as what you see. What's important, though, is that you got out of it. Because it's, sometimes you put all that effort in and then you're forever under their thumb. So good for you on getting out of that. This is one of the reasons why, I actually tend not to do Iron Man on all of the games that I play, but it's why I really like it on Paradox games, because once I've learned the game, there is something to be said for, living. So the thing about not playing Iron Man is that sometimes you will have you'll have a setback, and the natural response, you guys see me do this all the time in Age of Wonders Planetfall. The really natural response is, okay, we'll take a mulligan. Let's do that again. I know better, I'm learning. Here's how I'm going to do it. Here's how I'm going to do it better next time. But it's really good, if you can, not to do it that way. To play a difficult position and see if you can make the most of it. I'm kind of gambling here a little bit, so if I were to put my largest fleet, I would put it on the capital world, not in Hazra. I can afford the fight with them if I have to. I would just prefer not to have to. Although what I can do... What are you guys doing? No. We will bring some support just in case things get hairy. You're going to quit and delete the game and start a new one? Yeah, see, this is the tricky one. Sometimes, my view is, when I was learning Crusader Kings, and especially Europa Universalis 4, because I was definitely spoiled by Crusader Kings combat at the time that I started playing Europa. If you do an Iron Man run and you're just learning the game, it's kind of like, it's like reading a textbook for university, and the first problem you get wrong, you have to start back at chapter 1 and read over again. Now, that's a great way to get really good at chapter 1, but that's probably not going to make you an expert in the field that you're studying. When I'm learning a game, I definitely save at some key moments so that I can, I can play around and say, okay, what if I did this differently? Could I have planned this a little bit better? But once I feel comfortable with a game, it's kind of nice to have that threat of potentially losing everything if I don't do it well. It makes for an interesting game, but number two, it also forces me to play interesting positions more often. There's something really encouraging about running into a situation where when you first started the game, you would have said, this is impossible. There's no possible way that I'm ever gonna be able to get this thing done. And then to turn around and say, okay, you know what, I'm going to give this one a trot. Let's see if I can get away with it. And sometimes you lose, like sometimes you wind up in the situation where you're going. Now you have a fleet to crush what remains of the falling empire and then push on to the rising one. It's
Our
funny
forces are
that
making
you mentioned that
planetfall.
too, because this is a story. If you listen to any of the GDC talks, like where the game developers, have their big conference and talk about, how to make good games, basically. Sid Meier talks about how Civilization had this plan originally where there would be sort of like golden ages and dark ages. And your empire would get to a certain stage, and it's you're at a peak, you're at a golden age, and then things start kind of getting a little tough, and now you're in a dark age. Oh, you know what? We can probably pave this world. So you've got the rise and fall. You're doing really well right now, but some of the time of troubles is coming. You start getting a downward path, and the idea was that it was sort of an upward moving sine wave. You learn that this game will throw you curveballs and sometimes hit you with a hard one. I mean, I can remember when I was early on in a playthrough. I did an event which basically unleashed this incredibly strong, very aggressive empire. And they, it ended my playthrough. They just completely took me out. Now, if you know that event and you know what's going to happen, you can prepare for it. But if you are unlucky enough that you run into that event the first time and it's early game, you're done for. Well, it's a reference to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But yeah, there's basically a world that you run into. Actually, okay, here's a better question for you. Do you want me to tell you a little bit about how this event works, or do you just want to have the fun for yourself of finding that on your own? Yeah, so it's an empire that doesn't actually appear at the beginning of the game. It is something that is spawned by an event. Okay. So you can wind up on a planet which has this inhibitor on it. It's something that is keeping the species from kind of getting out. And you're left with this decision. It's like, oh, it looks like there's something inside there. They're imprisoned. Would you like to help them out and open the door, basically? And if you do, you wind up with this incredibly cute-looking but remarkably lethal, fanatical purifier species, which was basically put away in that prison because they were too dangerous for the universe to deal with. And they grow very, very quickly. So I think my largest fleet was still in the thousands, and they pretty much had tens of thousands, 20s of thousands. And I tried to hold them at bay as long as I could, but basically at some point they declared war, and that was the end of it. They took over all my planets, and that was the end of the game. Then the L-Gate sometimes can spawn the Grey Tempest, and that is a really miserable one to deal with if you happen to be beside an L-Gate and are not prepared for it. Even this playthrough we had some troubles, so if you notice, we don't actually have any wormholes within our borders. The best that we wound up with was the Faranis Black Hole, which we got quite late, wound up having an L-Gate, and the L-Gate didn't seem to be too much of a problem. Either the Grey Tempest didn't emerge, or it was destroyed by whoever opened it first. I think the Raxar might have opened it first. But yeah, so there are definitely, I like the fact that Stellaris is not scared to give you tough events, and you just have to deal with them. And like I said, oh, wild. Elections are in progress. Select a candidate to support or spend influence to keep your current ruler for another term. If we do not interfere, a random candidate will be selected. This definitely isn't my same ruler. We've elected Tulunga, previously on Mavel Prime, to become the next ruler. Alright, so... Nope, but there's still They're still where they need to be. Let's just take a quick look at the leader screen and make sure there's nobody. Oh, actually, I have a spare. All right, I've got a bureaucrat. So, Shuldas, as much as I love you, that's gonna help my bureaucracy. So what's Shuldas good at? Shuldas is good at substance abuse, long life, and synthetic. All right. Behold, the new governor of the frontier systems. But yeah, so like for us, we had to overcome this challenge of having a real lack of a mobility. Like my main shipyard is on Mavel, and obviously the front lines are as far as possible from Mavel. So, is there any way to get a super? Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to be in a Federation to get the Juggernaut or the Colossus. I think you just need to have the tech for it. Or am I misunderstanding the question? Yeah, like technologically, I'm pretty sure we're second only to the Fallen Empire. So we're 1878. Oh wow, I didn't think that the Rexar was ahead of us. I have to keep an eye on those jokers. But yeah, I mean, at this point, we're just throwing our weight around. But yeah, no, it's, I mean, Federations are relatively new to the game, so you've definitely been able to build Colossi and Titans before are we still fighting for this planet, by the way? Yes, we are. We've definitely been able to do that before Federations were the way that they are right now. Again, some things, you know, as with everything in these games, there's
enemy planet secured.
There's lots of different ways of sort of achieving your goals. And so sometimes the question is, all right, we're going to need another 10 points. It pains me to do this, but I think at this point we just need to do a really big battle on the capital, and we can say this war is over. So let's get everybody in position. Oh, you're on console. Okay, so actually you probably don't have Federations yet, unless they rapidly advance the release schedule. Yeah, so it's oh, you do have Federation. Okay. Wow, they really closed that gap quickly. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, because I remember, like, when the console version first came out, Apocalypse came out, so, like, all of these bumpy borders, like, we were kind of taking that for granted, and then the console version is released, and, like, all of the territories are still, you know, like, the sort of circles that would come out from the planet that you colonized. So I'm really impressed at how quickly they managed to get all the DLC caught up on the console version. That's really cool. You and your friend made another game the other day. That's actually, so one of the things that I like the most about Federations, personally. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're really hurting for food. I'm gonna need to think about that. Obviously, I'm focused on the war a little bit more right now, but like the way I used to do Stellaris with friends. Peace offer. But who's offering peace? The Econo Citizen with the Zaidan Free Traders. Yes. But yeah, so it used to be that, you know, I'd kind of go in and we'd sort of have a gentleman's agreement. But what I really like about Federations is that you can actually have a whole set of mechanics for cooperative play, because I actually tend to find playing cooperatively is a really good way to teach someone how to get into this game. So, you know, the idea of being able to be in a federation with each other. Oh, wow. Did they just abandon the capital? That's amazing. Synapse interceptors, increasing the speed at which fighter pilots can process and act upon enemy positioning data, elevates strike craft a few steps up the food chain. I gotta see if I can get a claim on their capital really quick. It'll cost me an arm and a leg. Not too expensive. So I can add an extra one on Bayou? Why would I do that? How you doing, Lactar? Should just caution you, I'm probably going to be wrapping. I've been threatening to wrap up for the past half hour, but I have been very tired all stream, and I've had a wonderful time showing Stellaris to everyone, but I am going to have an absolute nightmare of a day at work before too long. And so... Oh, did these guys have a doomed homeworld as well? That's really funny. But yeah, so don't take that as me saying, you know, get out of here, you're bothering me. But just a warning. This might be a very brief. Encounter. But yeah, I mean, other than being tired, I'm having a jolly good time with Stellaris. I'm very fond of the game, and this is actually still the first round of Federations that I was. Whoa! So they went out and around to protect... You know what? I think I might let them take some of these worlds back. I'm definitely all about denying the Econo these worlds. Well, I mean, that's the strategy as it was supposed... Like, the whole point, we didn't put any claims on these systems. So the whole hope was that they would be sending their fleets to recover them. And then when I realized that all of these planets are going to the Econo, and more importantly, that their larger navy... Like, these ships used to be back, you know, in this system. I was like, okay, I guess we need to, like, get ready for a really tough fight to be able to take their homeworlds. But it looks like they just gave us a gift. Can we actually land our... Yeah. I refuse to believe that Menjus is the actual capital of their... Oh man, I've never invaded an orbital habitat before. Sure. Actually, you know what? I'll give everyone the introduction to this species, because even though we're wrapping up fairly soon, this is a fun story. So we didn't start off as robots, but basically we are xenophilic materialists, and we have private prospectors, public relations specialists, and free traders. Obviously, we're a megacorp, and we started with Doomsday. So when we got Federations, I was really enamored with the origins, and as soon as I saw the Doomsday origin, I kind of knew I had to do it. And so one of the things about this stream, you'll notice that I really take my time when playing Stellaris, and part of it for me is just the opportunity to tell a crazy science fiction story. And one of the things, it is a bit of a roll of the dice each time I start a new Stellaris game, because I usually start convinced that I've lost any creative impulse that I have and that I'm not going to be able to come up with a species type. But I decided we were going to go with the Megacorp. We can do... Where are you? we're post-meta Jomar, so we've undergone some changes. But basically, the story we came up with, I have not tried the Voidborn yet. The biography is as such. To whom it may concern, congratulations on your new appointment as CEO. I'm sure your education at educational institution has prepared you for many exciting and diverse challenges. You will be expected to call on it immediately at the helm of Jomar Limited. The plan it is, clear boilerplate with security and HR for final draft. We expect this to occur within the current generation. Think to the principles of the free market as our founder did, and I am sure that you will see this enterprise through. Sincerely, your predecessor. So the idea here was that this is a megacorp, and they're not necessarily evil. They're maybe just a little careless. And basically the idea is that nobody in a senior role necessarily knows exactly what the problem is, but they definitely have an idea that the CEO job is not something that they really want. And the CEO is basically the only person who knows exactly that the planet is about to die. I always like to think that it's not necessarily through malice, just carelessness, that the planet was doomed. Short-term thinking. I mean, just look at these guys. You can't have the... This is the face of someone who would do something awful. And so the idea here is that basically the first leader was a particularly ambitious young Jomar fresh out of business school, who decided to apply for the top job, and for the absence of, basically anybody who is actually competent at doing the job knows that it's not a job that they want to do. They decided to, through process of elimination, they wind up as the CEO, and that is the letter that they got. Something very pat and not very helpful. So one of the reasons why we went for the civics that we did was, So the idea here is that, private prospectors, there's a curious attention to exploring new and habitable worlds in the society, and public relations specialists. If you're going to keep the entire population in the dark about the fact that the planet's about to blow up, you are probably pretty good at PR. So... that was kind of the whole idea. I mean, it was back and forth. I started with Doomsday, and we ran as far as we could with that idea. But I was pretty fond of these guys, to be completely honest. But yeah, since actually the thing I loved the most was, I think we were a year, maybe it was even 2 months. But we managed to get all the Jomar off the exploding homeworld. The big dramatic scene just at the very end, the final ship going off to the new world, and we have since upgraded our bodies to perfect immortal machines. So the strong production bonus after time. So the production bonus also comes with a bunch of penalties to habitability and amenities and whatnot. So yeah, so we didn't start as a machine. That was something that we did later. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if you can neutralize some of the drawbacks of that start, it can be a very strong beginning. The thing is that, like, I've never played Stellaris with a mind to coming up with the optimal start. I've always done it to, just spin a crazy yarn. So I'm hoping we can get the 7 points off of invading the homeland. More aggressive information campaigns improve the populace's receptiveness to edicts. We can do army damage, fleet command limit. You know what? Command limit. We're going to be replacing some ships anyway, so. Funny thing is, my original reasons for wanting to go after Fact are now gone, because we've got armies in their capital system. At least I hope we do. I could try a jump, but that feels a little excessive. Maybe we'll jump from Menjusan. If we're not able to take the capitals from this, we'll initiate a jump to Fact. Now, what I'm a little worried about, are you kidding me? Oh, no, this makes sense. because unless they have a claim on it. Yeah, this is weird actually. It must be because neither of us has a claim. Whereas these
Knowledge
seem
is
to,
the key to the universe.
it's entirely possible that the Akano will ninja these off of me. I wish there was a clearer way to see what the what everybody's claims were. Okay, minor improvements to transmission efficiency adds up to a sizable reduction in overall energy costs. Again, my food is in free fall, so I need to come up with a clever plan for dealing with that. And let's say I'll go straight for the energy weapon damage. Okay, it's time for our usual migration, so 1 worker. Two workers. Alright, so I believe that is Yidra Secundus properly maxed out. I'll double check that, but so I've got Meneth and there's a side of me that's really trying to avoid dumping people into Waleus. I figure Waleus will be my last destination. Alright, you get to go to save us. This is the Juggernaut, so it's slow, but it seems to be doing the job. I am slightly curious to see whether or not these guys... Yep, they're on their way to recover. So if possible, it'd be nice if they can claim back some of the Akano systems. I am a little nervous, though, about the fact that the Akano seem to be on an intercept path. Mind you, they're not really strong enough to be able to handle them, so we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. In my worst case scenario, I suppose I can always just buy the food on the open market. Yeah, you know what? Let's I don't feel good about it, but let's try and make sure that that number is always going up. We certainly have the budget for it. But what I am interested in, of course, is to see how quickly we can take all of these. Oh, that is quite the garrison, actually. Maybe I should be a little more careful. Yeah, that's some serious... Okay, Menjus, we're at least able to get the capital world, but I'm thinking we should do some good old-fashioned bombing. I am really glad I looked at those numbers. I think we'll prioritize this one first. I mean, again, hopefully taking one of the worlds will be enough to settle status quo. But it's a tricky one, right? Because if it's a knife's edge in terms of where the war score goes, all of a sudden I don't want them taking the planets that the Akano are going to take away from me. Although the long-term goal will obviously be to vassalize all of these folks. It is kind of cool to see these things land on the orbital habitat. It's weird that it's a silhouette, though. I don't know if this is a bug or a stylistic choice.
Our forces are making planetfall.
This would certainly be quite the sight, the orbital bombardment of your your orbital habitat. Not entirely sure how I'd feel about that if I was living here. This very clearly will take us a while, though. Yes, the Great Khan has come and gone, so the Yilkhan Khanate has taken its place. We also, the Akano had an AI go rogue, and it was actually during a very similar war to this, where I was trying to sort of push as much of an advantage for myself as I could get without necessarily giving my allies anything. But as it turned, like once all was said and done, the rogue AI wasn't that big of a worry, which surprised me a little bit. Like it seemed for a while that we were going to lose that member of the faction, which again I was fine with because I was ready to sort of take it over. But as it turns out, we were mistaken. So there is a side of me here with our Titans and with the test tube troopers.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
I kind of think the narrow combat width of their worlds might be enough for me to actually see this thing through to the end. But I probably shouldn't. Like, again, the whole point is to inflict as much damage on them as possible, not throw my guys into the maw. So maybe the answer is, yeah, you know what? I'm going to let them heal up a little bit, but I think once we take fact, I'm going to use my jump drive to... claim the world. But this is probably going to be that point where I regret wishing for them to reclaim some of their planets. Because of course there's nothing saying that they don't, oh yeah, they're not recovering, they're going straight for my stuff. Gotta be patient. Yeah, if they take Qzom, I actually lose that in the white piece. And I don't have a very good plan for how I'm going to get anyone there to defend it. I might have gotten a little too clever.
Research concluded.
Looks like they're going to recover Potap. We've got minerals. I should have read that, sorry. Let's do... I've been ignoring my explosive weapons, so we'll run these. I'm trying to be a little more balanced in my diet. Senate is now in session. The Senate floor is in session. The galactic community is now voting on a new resolution to decide if it will become galactic law. Everybody loves major military sanctions. And who am I to dispute the will of the people? Alright, what are we looking at in terms of casualties? Not nearly enough. This we might be able to take, but I'm pretty sure we will lose troops doing it. So... let's just hope we take out the the base in time. Nice. Oh, we're 1 point away. 1 point we will probably lose when they come into the POTAP system, but we'll see. It looks like the Akano have decided to stop adding to the war score, unfortunately, so I'm really gonna need my army to deliver here. Although again, the attrition might be enough for me to push this over the edge. There is really nothing else for us to be claiming here, but what I'll do is I will move the Juggernaut. We'll roll the dice. Okay, so they're definitely taking Potam. And they will almost certainly get it before we're able to take their world, but it's possible that Gluck Lador will give us more war score. Of course, they're also going to need to move an army in place to recover the planet. Oh, wait, no, I never took the planet. Damn it. That's right. So that's a free point for them. But it didn't change. Okay. So I'm mildly curious about where they're going next. Looks like they're healing. Yeah, again, it would be lovely if they took out some of the Akano buildings, but I think at this point, if I'm able to push the score over the edge, I'll take my winnings.
Our forces are making planetfall.
Yep, we're basically just getting endgame tech over and over and over again. Did I really go an hour
Knowledge is
over?
the key to the universe.
Now I'm feeling foolish, and it's midnight, so I really need to smarten up. But I did kind of want to see how this combat went, so I'm assuming we'll be able to wrap up the war after this.
Construction completed.
Improving the number of support staff available to our admirals will increase the number of ships they can command in a single fleet. Let's say we're gonna do more army health. Nah, leader lifespan gives me a better selection.
Construction completed.
Okay, so it looks like they're on their way to reclaiming Sasharim. What'll be particularly interesting if the Akano actually get this, and only this.
War report. Enemy planet secured.
Alright, that's gotta take it over that. No, that's not enough. Okay, so I need to reconsider my approach. So we're clearly bombing the hell out of these planets, or orbital stations. Let's just run the score up a little bit. Aha! Very clever. So I can't, because until I take these worlds, I am stuck in place. I really should have thought about that. I felt like I had such a good opportunity with the... Okay, well here's what I'm going to do instead. I definitely don't want all of the fleets working on these bombings. But I can at least do little things like taking Himpra. I think I'm just going to move this unit on Raprix. It's kind of a half measure, but Oh, I also got to deal with the edicts. So we had education, which I think was just money, yeah, and recycling I'm fine with as well. What level of tech do you think when you'll be able to unlock a Juggernaut or a Colossus? So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think somebody in chat might be able to correct this if I'm wrong, but I believe the Colossus comes from a tradition. Where are they? So basically what you do is you get the Colossus Project Ascension perk, so you get that the easiest way is usually just to research one of these traditions. And so basically the Colossus Project is where the fevered dreams of terror and deterrence meet. A vision of the biggest ship carrying a weapon capable of devastating entire worlds. Issue special project, Colossus Project. You do a whole sort of event chain with them. It decides the type of weapon, because there isn't just one Death Star in this game. You have everything from the God Ray, which basically turns everybody Christian when you shoot it at the world, to sort of the fishbowl, where you turn it into like a fishbowl or a snow globe. You can get the planet cracker, which is the traditional, like, I blow up your planet one. But you can also get a beam that kind of destroys all the biological matter and keeps the industry in place for you. Now, the Juggernaut, I believe, is a... I'm glad you like that. I believe the Juggernaut is a tech. If I go under my tree, this is going to be so hard to find. Yeah, so we got Titans. I think this is going the wrong way. Yeah, starting tech. Okay, so we got this later. There we go, Juggernaut. It's rare tech. One thing that's really helpful for this, by the way, is I don't know if the console version has this, but there is a wiki for this game which is maintained by Paradox. Obviously, anybody can edit, though. So if you're ever not sure about a mechanic like that, you can just, in this case, we do... This will probably give me the ship and the... No, that's not a helpful one. Oh, wow. So this search isn't quite as helpful as I thought it would be. Anyways, what you'd probably want to do, you'd either want to search the tech section and maybe do like a Control F for Juggernaut. The problem here is that, like, it's not wrong to include ship modding and stuff like that. It's just, it probably isn't the first thing people are looking for when they think about ships. Yeah, here we go. Colossal ships. So Juggernaut, and only available with the Federation's DLC. And does it say... Interesting, so it doesn't actually say what you need. Yeah, it doesn't actually say what you need to build one. But in that case, I can tell you outright, it's a technology. Yeah, if you're a spiritualist empire, you can force convert everyone with a weapon of mass destruction. It's really, I thought it was a really fun touch that they did, because I actually thought there was just one type of super weapon. So I was very pleasantly surprised to see all of the variety. All right, so I mean, the one thing I don't like is the fact that my Juggernaut is the one on the Vanguard, because it's my slowest moving unit, and I really need to go to bed. Repeal leverage privateering.
Research concluded.
I kind of like everything now, because it gives me % bonuses to all the things that makes my empire good. Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any given planet busy for centuries. So, Can go energy credits, more shoot, or more shield. I'd almost always go more shoot if given the option. Well, given the option for the same cost, I should clarify. All right. Even I have my limits on speed, so let's get on with it. I also somewhat question my decision to go to Taikia first. All right, these guys always found, and they always disband because nobody likes them. So I'm not too worried about that. Manjusana is strengthening ties with the Pozjok state, which is not my favorite development in the world, but hopefully the war will be over before we need to worry too much about that. Yeah, we made the right call moving the army out of there. This is going to take forever. It's almost certain we'll be able to take Himpra before we've got that place weak enough. Now, these guys... It'll be interesting to see if they try and go for Alcor or Semnivik. Again, I really want to get to a point where I'm... Oops. I really want to get to a point where I just have that 1 point to white piece it out. I'm kind of past the point of trying to undercut my allies. Actually, while we're waiting for the ships to arrive, let's see if I can find the entry on the different Colossus weapons. The only thing is, like, I don't have that much to say about the playthrough right now, because we're just waiting to white piece our current set of acquisitions so that we can further break up their empire. You know, I want to try and enrich myself in a way that my allies aren't able to benefit. And as it is, it's we're just on the cusp of settling status quo. Oops, Surveyor activated. We have swept our space with a strong scanning beam of the Surveyor relic, and have a previously unknown resource deposit has been identified on Magdur. So this thing seems to trigger twice. I thought it was just the once, but this is incredibly... For 500 energy, it looks like I'm getting two fairly valuable resource finds, and we already have a mine there, so... Yay me. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So, Global Pacifier. The celestial body is irreversibly turned into a shielded variant. It gains a deposit of 10 society research. If used... Oops. Sorry, I gotta do some bread and Serdicuses, I think. But let me just catch up. So, if used on a holy world, the Holy Guardians will awaken and declare total war on the perpetrator. World Cracker, this is the standard one. The celestial body is irreversibly destroyed. If it was a habitable planet, it gains a deposit of 4 to 16 minerals. Everyone hates you when they do that, by the way. Neutron Sweep, all pops on the planet are killed. The planet gets a minus 30% habitability for 10 years. People don't hate you as much as if you blow up the planet. Although notice the Fanatic Purifiers definitely get some bonuses for doing the really destructive ones. The Divine Enforcer, which again, better to call it the God Ray. All pops on the planet become Spiritualist, a mechanical machine unit, and hive-minded pops are killed instead. The planet gains plus 999% Spiritualist ethic attraction for 10 years. Owned planets can be targeted, but also gain minus 20% happiness for 10 years. So apparently turning the Doomsday weapon on your own planet causes a small decrease to your planet's happiness. Who knew? And then there's the Nanobot Diffuser. So all biological pops on this planet are assimilated and gain the cybernetic trait. Mechanical and machine units and hive-minded pops are killed instead. Owned planets can be targeted if there is any pop that can be assimilated. Perpetrator gains ownership of the planet if not already owned. This is the other thing that's really big about the Colossus, is that you get a type of war that's normally reserved for Fanatic Purifiers. Oh, that's right, I was gonna distribute the bling. So if you go to war with one of those things, Oh yeah, I gotta resettle as well. But basically, if you go to war with one of those things, if you take a system, it's yours to keep. And likewise for your opponent. So the borders become very fluid very quickly. I have a feeling I'm going to need to do another mass migration. Obviously I can sell it all, but who doesn't want like, although I will admit I would not oppose a apply all button here. I actually also think one important thing for Apocalypse was I thought that was the time when Stellaris... I mean, they had definitely had some story-based trailers before and did a really good job of hooking you into sort of their little backstory that they've worked out for their world, but I definitely feel like the Apocalypse trailers kind of went a step beyond. I think just looking at the way people reacted to them, it was clear that they really outdid themselves. All right, I think this time around I'm just going to worry about the unemployment. I'm not going to worry about replacing the buildings and whatnot. I'm a little worried, though, that there will be consequences for ignoring the infrastructure for so long. But again, I'll at least deal with my unemployment. This would, again, under normal circumstances, this would be the time that I would consider converting my... Wait, I think I just moved to technician. It's fine, it'll sort itself out. This would normally be the point when I consider... like turning off some of the robot manufacturing. But not only are we going to be getting more planets from our conquests, we're also going to... Tell me I got this right. Yes. Sorry, we also have kind of the insatiable appetite of Leleus Prime, and we've got another Ecumenopolis coming in before too long, so... Yeah, I moved to clerk, but... I'm pretty sure some of these worlds have slots that have become unlocked as a result of this, as a result of some of this unemployment, and that I've just not put the infrastructure in place for people to have jobs. But again, I've been focusing a lot on this war. I've been focusing on trying to get to bed, and I'm kind of failing at both. All right. How many more we've got? Looks like 3, so this should work out evenly. Maybe while the ships are in transit, I'll take a look at some of these worlds and see if I can build some stuff on them, but I believe that takes care of the unemployment. And we've hit this nice little milestone where it looks like most of my worlds are at full employment. So maybe Seuvis I'll consider... Alright, well we need to convert one of these into a city district. And if I'm gonna do that, I need to give people jobs. Technically I don't, but... we've got a stock market, so let's give them another commercial zone. I might want to play around a little bit with some of these other worlds, but for now, I'm just going to focus on... Oh, did I forget Obasak? Oh god, I don't know what I'm going to do about this ruler. Okay, you don't get anything. I still am going to keep this as a bureaucratic center because I like the idea of being able to go over the limit with edicts. I guess I can slow things down a little bit. And then you get 4 clerks, I guess. I'm trying to remember, I feel like there was a win condition at some point where if you had a certain number of planets, but that might have been another 4X game now that I think of it. I say 4X, I mean, I always associate 4X with turn-based, so... oh yeah, we got our research, yes. Okay, so research lab, and let's give you... Against my better judgment, I'm going to give them some more energy, but we'll see. Takvan. Okay, Takvan definitely has room for more people, so... 2 of those. Let's get them to build more... Oddly enough, more... chemical refineries. Also, we might have just pushed it over. Excellent. Okay. So now we settle status quo because, again, as much as I would love these guys to take the territory back from the Akano, I really just want I want the land coming to me. So Orgos are disregarded, and both sides seize occupied claims. So they don't have any of my territory, which is the big one. Let's see what they think. This automatically
Research
passes.
concluded.
The chemical reaction tightly controlled by missile board microprocessors warhead detonation. There we go. Warhead detonation can be tuned for maximum effect for local conditions at the time of impact. And we will do... We'll do planetary build speed as much as it makes me feel dirty. All right. Let's see the final messages. So, Cooperative of Menjusana, Theocratic Republic, Spiritual Seekers. If you would try to further take from us, or we from you, an imbalance would be created that cannot be corrected. A peace deal ensures continued spiritual equilibrium. So the communist space mushrooms have... Wait, why didn't I get VMAS? I could have sworn I had a claim and occupied that world. Alright, that's unfortunate, but, I mean, okay, so I think probably we are as close as we could get to, like, being able to kind of Control-Alt-Delete and lock in that, and, like, be able to redo the, well, no, because then I need to think about that. But we'll take it in the next war. I mean, it's a nice planet to have, but it's not the end of the world. I really wanted those gases. But obviously the next round is to take Manjusana itself. And then if I offered subsidiary status, yeah, they are not having any of it. Okay, so that was Stellaris, and I'm still an hour over, even though I wanted to be done a little bit sooner. Sorry it was a little more of a scatterbrained stream tonight. Like I said, it's been very tough at work lately, and I didn't get a lot of sleep, but I really like this game. In terms of a recap, in terms of what we got done tonight, the main point was to try and get this war done. So despite the slight slip up with VMAS, we got what we wanted. We are almost certainly going to have a... we're almost certainly going to be in a stronger position as far as kind of economic strength and the ability to push our power a little bit further. Some of the nastier things I'm going to try and do over time. When am I going to be back on? So definitely with Stellaris next Monday. I try to do a little bit more than that, but as it happens this week, there are a few things that are happening. So for instance, There is a game, Cultist Simulator, which I know a lot of people have been wanting to see. That gets a new DLC this week. I normally stream on Wednesdays, but I'm actually going to be going on Steam for that to help out a game release. And then on basically Wednesdays and Fridays, I do everything from Planetfall to Rebel Galaxy Outlaw to a bunch of other things. But there's a dedicated Paradox Day every Monday. So if you're here just for Stellaris, I will definitely be I'll definitely be back Monday at the latest. Although I'll admit, like, I'm really liking Federations, and so I always try and see where I can get some extra stuff in. It just so happens that there's a whole bunch of stuff that got released. For instance, the new Planetfall DLC got released as well, so I kind of feel like I need to do that. Thank you for such a great stream. I hope you get some well-deserved sleep. Well, I have to do some stuff before I can go to sleep, Kaylee. That's why I'm feeling really nervous about the fact that it's midnight. But thank you very much. And again, guys, if you haven't checked them out, we had some lovely people in chat. We've got Kaylee Cakes. We've got Uncle Cranky. I'm also taking a minute to see if anybody's still streaming. I hope No Virtue is streaming, because that would be fantastic to... No, damn it. All right. Let's try... I guess you guys are here for more Stellaris. Is there anybody I know playing Stellaris? I do not. Okay. Here's the deal. Normally I would... Sorry, I'm trying to get through all the people who I shouted out earlier. Normally I would send this to another Stellaris stream. If you want to see another Stellaris stream, I strongly recommend just click that Stellaris button down below. But there is a game developer who I know, OTDQ. He is a co-founder of a place called Power Up Audio. So if you guys played Crypt of the Necrodancer, if you played Celeste, Darkest Dungeon, these are the guys who did the audio for that. The most recent thing he's been working on is Industries of Titan, obviously. Now he, in addition to being really, really good at sound work, has been speedrunning a game called Spirit of the North, which looks kind of interesting. So I am going to sort of break from the sci-fi theme, and I completely understand if you guys don't want to... I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Oh, Johnny Big Time. These are the folks we shouted out a little bit earlier. I'd love it if you guys would come along and check out OTDQ's Spirit of the North run. He's a little bit more of a quiet guy, unless you get him in a booth to do some voice acting, and then he becomes a demon. But he's a really cool guy, and I'd love it if you guys would check it out and see if it's your kind of thing. Again, lots of Stellaris players. Nobody I know personally. Otherwise, I'd definitely be sure to pass one along. But it is a rare gem to be able to share OTDQ with you. So I am going to get the raid message up here. As far as my stuff, if you want to see more Stellaris, that'll be coming up next week. Wednesday's stream is not going to be on because I'm going to be on Steam most likely. Tomorrow there's going to be a pre-recorded video for Morrowind, and then Friday it may wind up being Age of Wonders Planetfall, just because I really do want to get that DLC done. But that's kind of a free day for me. So anyways, guys, thank you very much for watching. Have a good time at OTDQs, and we'll see you next time. Or we will as soon as the countdown's done. That's a pretty healthy number, actually. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you supporting him. Sending you over now. Thanks.